Good morning, traders! What's up? What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? And welcome back to the best trading community in the world, because you guys make it the best. Happy Thursday. It is the last day of the month, March 31st, on this beautiful Money Thursday. And ladies and gentlemen, I tell you what, we're going to hit it hard. We're not holding back. We are not letting off that gas pedal. We are going to continue to hit it hard, lock in some amazing, consistent profits, add to the bottom line, and end the month on a strong and profitable note, and carry this momentum into next month, because I've been saying it all week. Just because March Madness is over doesn't mean we're done being mad locking in those profits, because with April comes April showers, and inside a chat, it's going to be raining with profit. So keep up the amazing work, team. Keep doing what you do best, being disciplined, staying patient, building those plans, doing your due diligence, accepting your losses, putting on those trades, and seeing the results at the end of the day. And let's carry that momentum into April, and let's make April even better than March. So hit me with a big old good morning. How we feeling today, traders? How we doing? Addie's in chat. What's up, Addie? Arlene, Steve, Barbie, Martin, Nick, Best Head Trader, Adam, Big B. What's up, Big B? Welcome. Big B looks like he's new to chat. Big B, if you are new to chat, let us know. Welcome to the team. I haven't seen your username yet, so again, welcome to the team, buddy. Happy to have you here. J Dos, Little Spaz, what's up, buddy? Angel, Nick, Kits King, Dougie, Fresh, what's up? Jason, Movie Star, Corey, Jeff, woo! Good morning. Everybody over on YouTube, hit me with a big old good morning as well. How we all doing over on YouTube? We got Cody over there. We got Mutaz in the right corner, 200 pounds, lightweight champion. Mutaz, baby. What's up, buddy? Scott, Marvin, Cody, Stock Hunter. What's up, Adam, Steve, Steven, Daniel? What's up, guys? Good morning and happy Thursday. Yeah, my webcam's not working right now. Give me a second. You guys want my webcam? Or you guys don't care? You guys want to see my my beautiful face? Or you guys don't care? I can like disconnect it and I can restart it real quick, unless you guys are like, dude, no one wants to see your ugly face. No one wants to see your ugly face anyway, buddy. Like, it's okay. Just go ahead and keep your face off this screen. You got a radio face. That's it. The radio face. Why is this not working? So weird. Emmy, good morning. Dude, we gotta see. I know. I'm trying, guys. I mean, sometimes it doesn't work. Doesn't work. Here, let's discard that. Let me unplug it and let me plug it back in real quick. Sometimes it just doesn't connect. It's not a hassle. Give me like 2 seconds. Again, today's a pretty easy day, guys. Today's pretty easy. We have a few things to talk about, right? I mean, there's opportunity. We're going to keep it simple, to the point, guys. You guys know how to do pre-market stock selection. You guys know exactly how to do your due diligence in the morning, right? So I want to make sure we have enough time today to at least answer some questions, maybe review some of your stocks, versus taking up all this time talking about stocks that may not even do anything today, right? So give me a second. We got plenty of time here. We go ahead and go to my webcam, hit properties. It's not even on right now. Deactivate it. All right, wait a second, hit OK, save the changes, go back over here, right click, go to properties, go to device and activate it. And what the hell is going on? Hey, there we go. We got it. We got it. We got it. 1 second. Let me go to custom. Let me change the resolution. That's what's doing it. It's the resolution. All right, cool. So at least we can go ahead and click OK. Oh, there's my beautiful face. I'm way down here in the corner. I'm on the level 2. What's up, guys? I'm the bid. I'm the buyer, baby. All right, let's go ahead and drag this on down here real quick. Let's get it the way it should be. That's what I'm talking about. Now we got my beautiful face. I know you guys wanted to see it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, guys, we're all set, ready to rock and roll. Once again, good morning. Happy Thursday. Kids King's like, oh my. Taking those shades off. Oh my. What's up, Kids King? Good morning. It's not muted on OBS. No, OBS has been weird lately, man. I know you use OBS, so I may shoot you an email or you shoot me an email, but it's been acting really weird lately. I don't know what's up with it. I use OBS, not, what's the other one? There's another OBS, but I use the OG OBS. So anyway, guys, good morning. Let's dive into it. Let's talk about what we have very thoroughly. Let's save about 5 to 10 minutes to, again, review some of your stocks. And I want to, again, if you're looking at NVIDIA, I want to have a chance to look at NVIDIA. If you're looking at Apple, I want to have a chance to look at Apple. I don't want to just sit here and focus on these small caps because we may be getting into options for a small account options challenge next month. All right, so I want to make sure we have some time left over to answer some questions. So let's go ahead and go through my top stocks in order from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the back burners. All right, so number 1, LGVN. Right now, this is one of the top stocks I want to watch. We have news this morning in regards to their all-timers, phase 1 study. A lot of positivity in that press release, all right? So it was a good PR. On average, 1 million shares traded. Today, almost 8. So we have the volume. Low float stock, 3.26 million in float, right? LGVN, 35% gapping up. So it's gapping up. We have the news. We have great volume. Nice low float. What do you notice back in November? It was a supernova. The stock went from $284 to $45. Traders see that. Traders remember that. Traders are like, oh my gosh, it's moving up. Look, it went to 45. What if it goes to 45 again? All right, that's probably the mindset of a lot of newer traders in the market is they see that like, what if it does it again? And they're hungry. They want it, right? So LGVN at this point in time is going to be one of our top stocks that we're going to be watching. Right now, we have 870 support on LGVN, right? So right now at this point in time, you have some support right around 870. However, if you start cracking below 870, I would think that you could fall back down towards around 767 on LGVN. Man, this gives me the hiccups. I don't know why. All right, so 870 support, below 870, 767 support. Top resistance, 983 to 10 doll hairs. Anything over 10 doll hairs, you have potential to 1040. Anything over 1040, we have room to 1128. Anything over 1128, we have room to 1184 and $12. Over 12, we have a big window of opportunity all the way up towards around $14 on LGVN. Right now, this is going to be my number 1 stock that I'm watching right when that bell goes ring-a-ding-ding at 9:30, right? Number 1, LGVN. Number 2, well, I mean, it was number 2, may not be number 2, but number 2 at this point in time, I would still say is going to be ISPOT, all right? So ISPO, this stock has been moving up pretty decently over the past couple of days now, right? So there on Tuesday, we were down around 790, popped up towards around 945. Yesterday, hit a low of 823, popped up to a high day of 963, and then we absolutely took off on ISPO. So what we're seeing is some option call activity come in. People react, traders react when we have, unusual options activity, and we've been seeing that Tuesday and Wednesday. And it's also a former runner. It's a newer IPO stock, right? It's a former runner, went from around $11 to 108, and traders see that, right? And it's a very, very, very low float stock. It's 300,000 in float. So we know this is going to be extremely volatile, very risky stock, but it could be very rewarding as well. Keep it in mind, it's a very low float stock. This thing can move dollars at a time in a split second be mindful of that and make sure you're managing that risk correctly. 350,000 in flow. 3 million shares traded this morning, on average 1.7. We have some good volume, right? It's gapping up 23%. There's no news, right? But the catalyst is momentum, right? We started moving on up on Tuesday, followed through Wednesday, followed through last night in post market. We're seeing some action this morning. So we have momentum and we have consistency behind the stock over the past couple of days, right? So this is momentum. We have the low flow. It has good volume. We're gapping up. We're moving. It's a newer IPO stock, and we know traders love these newer IPO stocks, especially recently. Some of these newer IPO stocks are the top gainers. They rip 100, 200, 300% at times, right? And on top of that, it's a former runner, not just a newer IPO stock, but look at it. When it IPO'd, it ripped all the way to 108. So again, if this gets all of the focus, all the activity, all of the volume in the market, it could definitely rip and run again today. Support right now, $10 support. Would really like to see this hold above 10 bucks. If not, back down towards around yesterday's highs of 958. Ideally, we want to see it hold above 10. We would have room back up to those pre-market highs of 1188 here on ISPO. Now, if we ever break over that 1188 $12 level, we do have room up towards around 1302. And then to fill that gap, which is also right at the 20 EMA, right around 13.95 to 14 bucks. So we would be looking for a top target today. If ISPO is the #1 stock, we could see it all the way up towards around 14 to test that 20 EMA and to also fill that little tiny gap there on the daily chart. All right, so ISPO is going to be number 2. All right. And number 3, I would say FRGE. Right, FRGE, newer IPO stock, absolutely took off yesterday from around 22 bucks to 44.68. We're not dumping on off. We're actually trying to move up higher. We're gapping up right now 2 bucks in pre-market, and we see a little bit of activity. So the fact that we're not gapping down, dumping on off, this stock has some good opportunity once again today. Breaking over 44.68, your resistance is 45. It's just that whole number. It's a psychological, natural level of resistance. But if we can break over 45, your next big target is going to be 50 bucks. All right, so let's definitely keep FRGE on watch. We know we have room back up towards around yesterday's highs and $45. If this stock ever breaks over 45, we could see 50 bucks next. Support right now is yesterday's pullback low and right around that pre-market low as well, 35.23. Now, if we crack 35.23, I'm not interested. I'm just not interested whatsoever because we could fall all the way back down to 30 and then below 30 all the way back down to 27.43. So realistically, this shows strength. We want to see this holding up above that $35 level, no lower, popping on up towards around those highs from yesterday, 44.68 to 45, and then ideally looking to get that nice big break up to 50 on FRGE. So those are my top 3 stocks. Everything else is on the back burner at this point in time, guys. DARE. We have some news on DARE. Spiked up to 191, currently pulling on back down to 165, right? We lost a lot of volume. We lost tons of focus and attention here on DARE. So at one point, DARE was actually leading the upgapper list, but right now it's given a lot back. We have some news. It's worth keeping on watch, but again, it's a little bit of a back burner stock. Now, if we get down to the last 10 minutes and you're like, hey, Josh, I'm really looking at DARE, right? Go do your due diligence. Get me prepared because I'm really looking at it. We'll go back and look at it. But again, if we have other stocks that you guys want to look at, I want to have that 10 minutes to do so. So right now, DARE, back burner trade. If it sets up and if it gives us opportunity, we'll bring our attention back on over to DARE, get prepared, take advantage of the opportunity at that point in time. Okay, guys, right now, support's at 160 on DARE. All right, number 2 on the back burner. IZEA, earnings last night, stock is currently gapping up 23%, 60 million in float, trading very good volume, 4.6 million shares. On average, the stock trades 600,000. We're not dumping on off, we're actually holding on up. So if you like these lower priced, slower, steadier moving stocks, right? Again, it's gonna be a slower, steadier mover, 20 cents, 30 cents here and there versus $2 to $3. At a time, IZEA would be a good choice, right? Right now you have support right around 172. Top resistance is $2 on IZEA. Anything over $2, guys, we have potential to 228 next. Again, it's a little bit of a back burner stock. It doesn't have the focus. It doesn't have the volume. We can clearly see this is not where all of the attention is, right? The attention's on ISPO. All of the attention's on LGVN. A lot of it's still on FRGE. Those are the top stocks out of the gate. But IZEA could be a top running stock, a top gaining stock. It's definitely worth keeping on watch today. But at this point in time, it's definitely not a stock I want to watch right at 9:30. Gonna add it to the back burner, see if it holds above 172. And if it does, we'll shift our attention. We'll get prepared, see if there's opportunity, and lock in some profits. Number 3, CLVS, right? CLVS, as of now, it's on the back burner at this point in time. Support 213 here on CLVS. They're looking to seek FDA approval for their ovarian cancer drug, right? So that's basically what we have there, is they're seeking FDA approval. They did have positive cancer treatment data, and they're also seeking FDA approval. They achieved their primary endpoint. So from a news perspective, right, this stock has everything it needs to be a top gaining stock. However, it's 127 million in float. Traders like low float stocks, right? The lower the float, the bigger the spikes. The larger the float, the slower and steadier the stock is. If you like slow and steady stocks, this is your play of the day, guys. 127 million in float. 16 million shares traded. On average, 5. Currently up 42%. Fantastic news. So if you like these slow, steady movers, CLVS is your pick, right? 213 support at this point in time. Top resistance, 266. Anything over 266, we have potential to 3. Anything over 3, we could see it at these prior highs from the daily chart. 314 and 325. And then if this is the stock that just rips and runs, and this is the number 1 top gainer of the day, you could see it test the 200 SMA. But for now, support 213, right? Top resistance 266. Anything over 266, $3, then 314, 325, and then potentially 365 to test the 200 SMA on CLVS. All right, guys, so DARE, a little bit of a back burner at this point in time. IZEA, back burner at this point in time. CLVS, back burner at this point in time. MULN is a back burner stock as well. I do want to keep it on watch, right? Nice news yesterday, big run up, popped up to 350. Right now, we're currently gapping up a whopping 5 cents, but I would like to keep this on watch above 3 to see if we can stay above 3 today on MULN and possibly get back up around that 350 level. And if we ever break over 350, guys, we do have room to $4 on MULN. I currently have a swing trade position on MULN on my Fidelity account. I was going to swing trade this on my main account, but as you guys noticed, I locked up a lot of those profits last night before I stepped out. Now, if I would have swung traded, I would have made quite a bit more, right? But again, I wanted to lock those profits up when I had the opportunity. I was long at 301. I was scaling out into 320s, right? So again, I locked in about 15 to 20 cents a share. I was able to bounce back and have a decent little profitable day yesterday, and I was trading this in after hours, right? So I do want to watch MULN today above 3 to see if we can start grinding back up towards around that 340 and 350 on MULN. And then my favorite back burner stock of the day, Langston, 100% buddy, IGMS, possible mid-candle breakout. We had really good news, right? Very good news there on Tuesday. Huge move on IGMS, right? We didn't do too much yesterday, but we're setting up for a possible mid-candle breakout formation. So what do we know about mid-candles, right? We want to start to see that break and that hold above the red day's close. So we do not ideally want to see this dropping any lower than yesterday's lows, and yesterday's lows right around 25.40. We really like to see this stay above 25 bucks and break this multi-day downtrend. We can start breaking that downtrend above 25. We have great potential back up to yesterday's open, right around 28.32. We have potential to get up towards around, my goodness, Tuesday's close of 29.53, yesterday's highs of 30.29, and then potentially Tuesday's highs of 35.98. Now, if we ever break over that 35.98, we have a huge gap that could be filled up towards around 44.86. Now, this stock has proven itself. It can rip. It can run. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see this stock up at 45 bucks. I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever. It wouldn't shock me. Not saying it's going to happen, but it wouldn't shock me. So I want to keep the stock on high watch. I currently have a small position again today, IGMS. I got stopped out at break even yesterday. I re-entered today at a much better cost basis. I'm in at 26.22 versus yesterday of 27.50. All right, so I rebought this morning, looking for this to open up and start breaking for that mid-candle breakout. Again, I don't want to miss a spike out of the gate. It's not a huge position. It's 100 shares, right, of IGMS. So it's small enough. If it doesn't work out, it's not a big loss. But if it does work out and we get anywhere close to Tuesday's highs, this could be a big time trade. But again, very low risk, great potential off the mid-candle breakout. I like the stock. It's a nice low float stock. It had really good news on Tuesday, and I think we could see a continuation today on IGMS. I'm not saying buy it right now because I'm in it. I'm saying keep it on high watch. I'm just being honest with you. I'm in it, right? I plan on cutting this under 23.47. So I'll risk about $3 a share, but I'm looking to see if we can get back up to that $35 level when I start locking in some profits, or if I start to see any kind of weakness. If we do get a move, I'll trim accordingly, but I think we could potentially see it up at that high from Tuesday. And if it breaks that high, we're in that gap fill level, you could see it up at 45. Again, just being honest and transparent with you. I'm not saying buy it, all right? Do your own due diligence, build your own plan. Make sure this is something that you want to get involved with before you get involved with it, right? Don't mirror trade. It's not sustainable long-term, all right? Build your own plans, do your due diligence, do what you've been taught to do, and you guys got this, all right? So that's our watch list for the day, guys, all right? LGVN, definitely a top stock. ISPL, definitely a top stock. FRGE, most definitely a top stock, right? IGMS is number one on the back burner. MULN, back burner at this point in time. CLVS, back burner at this point in time, but it may come into our top stock watch list, especially if we start ripping and running right out of the gate. We have room to 266 and then $3. And then IZEA and DARE, back burners at this point in time. So let's go ahead and readjust our watch list. Let's bring all of our top stocks to the bottom of the watch list. So again, ISPO, LGVN, FRGE. We got all of our back burners, and then IGMS is our top back burner stock at this point in time for the possible mid-candle breakout. So we're good, baby. We're prepared. We're set. Ready to rock and roll. I did take a trade this morning on ISPO. I was able to lock in $500 this morning in about 5 minutes. So not a bad way to start the day. And honestly, if this is how I close, not a bad way to end the month. So I'll take it. So right now, we're good to go, guys. That's our watch list. That's what we have going on, and we're ready to rock and roll. So now questions. We got 8 minutes. Any other stock you guys are looking at, this is an opportunity to ask, and we can take a peek at it. We have 7 minutes until the bell. So CLVS, IGMS. Let's go look at IGMS real quick. No, we already looked at IGMS. My bad. Everybody check out Spaz's new video. I'm going to go ahead and open that up, and I definitely want to watch his video. So definitely click on that link, guys, and check out his new video. He's getting ready to get his own little stream here inside of Alpha. And he's like, what? I am? I'm like, yeah. Yeah, you don't even know about it, but if you want it, you can have it. OEG. Had earnings after hours yesterday. Keywords in earnings, record revenues and ran. Now back to yesterday's close. Yeah, I mean, big run up and then just giving everything back. I mean, it could bounce, right? You could see a bounce right off that daily resistance of 191. But, you know, just add it to a back burner. You know, your support level is right around 190. If you see it start to get some volume and some buying pressure off that 190 level, back above 2, that's when I start to get slightly interested in it. You could see 220 and then possibly back up to those post-market highs of 253 on OEG Nick, right? So just keep it on watch above that 190. That's your level of support. And maybe you see some buying pressure move in off that level of support back above 2. You have potential to 220 and 250, and maybe even that 200 SMA right up there around 271, right? Which is also the spiking high from March 8th. SDC. Schmile Direct Club, a lot of resistance at 3. I mean, look at all that resistance, right? Resistance, resistance, resistance. False breakout above 3 yesterday, resistance. So I would say do not touch SDC until it's over 3 and staying above 3. Breaking and holding $3, you have potential to 4, and you could see a possible gap fill up towards around 5 as well. So the only time that I would even think about getting long on SDC for a day trade, a swing trade, is after it proves itself. That's going to break and hold above $3 resistance SDC. CELZ, CELZ. Let's go ahead and check out that SCELZ real quick. Creative Medical Technology signs master collaboration agreement with the University of Miami to accelerate development of IMM cells, supercharged autologous immunotherapy. What? Okay, so master collaboration agreement. Keyword, right? I don't know the other words. It is what it is. You got CELZ. Currently up right now about 50 cents a share. So CELZ has support between 365 and 390. So we've already had this chart marked up and we've already done our due diligence. So bottom support's right around that 365. Good support right now, right around 390. If you're back above $4 with volume, you have potential back to 465 and then $5 on CELZ. But again, right now, got some okay support right around 390. A little bit better support down towards around 365. But if you're breaking and holding above 4 with volume, that's when you can see it back up to 465 and then $5 on CELZ. SPCB. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. Just looking at the chart. Had a decent little run up a couple weeks ago. Gave a lot back. I mean, you tried to bounce off the 50 SMA, but you didn't follow through. You had a little bit of a red day yesterday. Very light volume. Literally no volume whatsoever on SPCB. The only time you're really going to see this thing get going is if they drop another press release, right? So it's a 58-cent stock. It's tried to make some moves. It's given a lot back. It doesn't look great whatsoever from a daily technical perspective. It's not like there's a really clear-cut daily formation that suggests we could see a nice little day today, tomorrow, whatever the case is. So I would say that you probably won't see this stock do too much until you see another press release dropped on SPCB. However, as long as you don't drop below 53 cents or 55 cents, if you can start breaking back above 64, that's when you can get some action back up to 80. But like I said, I really don't expect to see that take place, honestly, unless there's a press release and a catalyst that really gets some attention brought in. Right now, no one's really looking at SPCB. And if no one's looking at SPCB, it's not going to do anything, right? We need to have traders looking at it. Why do traders look at stocks? News and technical formations. We don't have any one of those. So I would say it's going to be really, really tough to get SPCB going. But definitely keep it on watch for that press release, or definitely keep it on watch if you start breaking 64, as that's where some attention could start to come back in to SPCB. We got about a minute to go. One more. ISIG. Yeah, I was watching it this morning. Just keeping it on watch. Again, big spike up yesterday. Gave a lot back. Sitting sideways here in pre-market. I'm not too crazy about it. You know, I'm just not all that crazy about it right now on ISIG. Now, I mean, you have support right around, not even. I was going to say yesterday's close, but you're below yesterday's close. It was just a big random pump and dump, right? It pumped on up, it dropped on off. It's sitting sideways. I mean, you can add it to a back burner watch list, and if it starts hitting the high of the day momentum scanner, it hits the breakout scanner, maybe it's halted or something like that. It'll bring our attention back over to it and other traders' attention as well, but I don't like that big upper shadow. Last time it ripped on up randomly, gave a lot back, it just set sideways. Ran up randomly, gave a lot back, and we're sitting sideways. So it's definitely not one of those stocks that really just pull me in, that really gets my interest and my attention. So right now, I would say just back burner it, and if it starts breaking out or hitting that high of the day momentum scanner and we get any kind of opportunity, We'll take advantage of it. But again, right now out of the gate, I think we have better opportunity out there for today. All right, so that's it, guys. So again, we took about that 7 minutes, dissected about 5 stocks for you guys. Hopefully, that helped you guys out, and I'm just getting you up to date on those technicals, guys, and what to expect. So right now, to start our day, I'm going to say we're going to start with LGVN, followed by ISPO and FRGE, and then that back burner IGMS, guys. IGMS. All right. So right now we are live. We are all set, ready to rock. Let's have an awesome day. Let's have a fun day, and let's end March on a profitable and strong note, and let's make it happen, traders. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. Let's have some fun. Let's go. Washout long at 10, ISPO. Possible washout long to 10, followed by a rebound, ISPO. $10 support, nice little drop down the 10. It's risky on the washouts, very, very risky. We have room to fall to 958. Just calling out what I see. Possible washout long off 10, but again, washout longs are risky. You still have room to 958 there on ISPO. All right, right now let's look at FRGE because we're right at that 35.23. So right now FRGE right now off that $35 level. Let's see if it can hold above 35. Right now it's cracking just a little bit below 35. Actually, that low is right at 35 bucks is the low. This is just one of those super risky stocks, guys. I mean, it could dump $5 on you. It could rip up $5 on you. So these are just one of those super duper risky stocks. It came right down to 35 and it bounced up about $2. So right now, FRGE, I want to keep it on watch because right now, LGVN, okay, LGVN is getting a little bit of action. ISPO is trying to bounce off that 10. I mean, those three stocks that we're focused on, they all have decent opportunity, guys. So LGVN breaking and holding 10, that's where I get interested. Breaking and holding above 10. FRGE is tempting, but again, the best entry would have been the dip off 35. We already bounced up about $2 there, so I can't really get involved after it's already made a $3 move on up. But it has great potential, great opportunity. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing starts squeezing over 40. And halts to the upside. So right now, I do want to put some focus here on FRGE at this point in time. Looking for LGVN to break and hold 10. And then looking for ISPO to stay above $10 as well and get a nice little bounce. DARE is bouncing off 160 support. Again, we're only we're only 2 minutes into the day, guys. If you don't have a trade, it's okay. You're only 2 minutes in. You got plenty of time. Right now, we're just looking to see where traders are going. Where the majority of traders, where are they headed, right? They going to LGVN? Looks like it. But you have some attempted action, right? You're attempting to move on up and bounce a little bit. FRGE. And we already know that there's going to be a decent amount of focus today on FRGE. So we have those three stocks that we were really focused on. Looking pretty good. ISPO, you took a little bit of heat below 10, but you did get your wash out the 10, and you are bouncing off $10 now. LGVN, we want to see a break and hold over $10 first. And then right now, FRGE, I do want to keep it on watch to see if we start breaking back above 38, as that's where a lot of volume could really start to move on into FRGE. Bottom support right now is 35, but here's the deal, $2 spreads. $2 spread, 36 on the bid, 37.85 on the ask. That's wild. So that's a pretty challenging stock to get involved with, is FRGE. Very challenging stock because the spread is so large. So let's just put the focus on ISPO for now. So again, LGVN, ISPO, FRGE. Still the top two stocks to watch. You do have DARE trying to bounce on up here just a little bit, so it's worth watching above this 160 level. IZEA, not really worth your time. CLVS, however, look for this nice little U-shaped break back above 240. We can get some things going here with CLVS. Bottom support still 213, but breaking back above that 245 level, that's where you can see a lot of volume really start to move on in, back up to 266. And we don't want to forget about MULN. We want to see if MULN can rip and run today again as well. So again, CELZ was above 365 and 390. So you dipped down to about 370, pretty darn close to 365. You're back above 390. As long as you stay above 390 here on CELZ, you're good to 465 and 5. So if you're looking to buy the dip right here around that 390 to $4 level, you need to put your stops below 365, right? Because that's still a decent little level of support, is that 365. Your target's 465. And then $5 on CELZ. Right now, ideally, you want to see it holding above 390 and 4 and just get this nice little follow through into a new high a day, and you can start trucking along back up to that 465 and then $5 level on CELZ. MULN is ripping, guys. MULN is on fire right now. Look at that, 344 MULN. That's good stuff, from 3 to 344. Right now, MULN, our focus is here. Where did I get my cost basis on MULN? I was long MULN at 302, it looks like, 302. So we still got some good breathing room on MULN for the that swing trade. Wait, MULN was 304 cost basis, 304. So I got plenty of breathing room on MULN. And think of yesterday, right? Remember yesterday, we saw stocks looking pretty good, setting up, making decent moves. But a lot of those moves weren't consistent. A lot of these stocks couldn't hold up yesterday, right? Like a lot of stocks were setting up decently and just failing and just dropping on off. So be mindful of that. You saw a lot of that nasty price action yesterday and a lot of decent setups and a lot of stocks just not working out and cracking and fading and falling even lower. So you start to see a good setup, and it's the first setup of the day, and it's the first move that the stock can make. That's ideally the setup you want to get in on, lock up some quick profits, and then kind of sit back and look to see if it's still going to hold on up or if it's going to dump on off, right? The last thing you want to do is see a move, see a good setup, get in, and then it just keep fading and falling, kind of like what we saw yesterday across the board. So be smart, trade safe, understand your market conditions, and play with the market conditions, not against them. MULN target price, yeah, so right now you'd like to see it hold above 315, guys. You had 315 resistance from yesterday. It was really, really tough to break above that 310 to 315. It tried several times and there was a lot of selling taking place, but we're really above that 315 now. And I'd like to see it hold above 310 to 315. Target 350. 350 to 360 target on MULN, and then $4 on MULN. So I'd be looking for a $4 plus target maybe today on MULN. So I like FRGE off of the 35 support. Just looking to see if we can really start breaking back above that 38. LGVN has room to fall back down to 875. ISPO came down to its bottom level of support of 958. You really don't want to see ISPO dropping 958. You want to see it back above 10 and holding above 10 to possibly get an entry on with ISPO. And right now, MULN looks pretty decent, guys. MULN not looking bad, but remember, I just said it. Yesterday, you saw a couple really good setups. And they just didn't hold on up. They didn't follow through. And there's a lot of selling on MULN, right? Yesterday, we saw it clear as day. There's a lot of selling pressure on MULN, right? So be mindful of that. Sometimes it's really tough to get the leg up with MULN. It attempts the move, it tries the break, and it gets rejected immediately. We saw a lot of really bad price action with MULN yesterday. Again, not saying that's going to happen today. It's just something to be mindful of. But again, think of yesterday's price action across the board. A lot of good setups, just not playing on out. A lot of stocks not holding on up. It was a pretty dead day yesterday in the market. So you see a good setup, and it's the first setup. That may give you a decent little trade to kick off your day and then kind of get out, sit back, and make sure the stock's not going to dump on off. Yeah, I mean, after yesterday's close, I don't expect too much out of DRCT. I don't expect, too much at all with DRCT just based on how we closed yesterday. So ISPO breaking and holding above 10, that's a good sign, right? We had 10 support, we bounced, dropped below 10 to 958 support, bouncing back up above 10. We get that nice little higher low here and a retest to 10, and it's showing us that $10 is the new level of support. We have potential to 1050 and then 1181 on ISPO. So yeah, nothing really standing out to me that's like, trade me, Josh, trade me, trade me. I don't see anything right now that's screaming trade me. So I'm just kind of, I'm scanning through. The reason I'm doing that is not to show you guys, to scan through stocks. I definitely don't recommend you scan through stocks like this. The only reason I do it is if I see something, I need to call it out for you guys because it may be a stock that you're looking at. I recommend you find the one stock that you really like and you just focus on it, right? And see if it sets up eventually. Right now, I'm just kind of going through little by little, looking to see what we have, and if something really stands out to me, I want to make sure that I see it to call it out, to bring it to your attention, because maybe you're looking at it, maybe you're ready to go. So right now, MULN looks to be one of the better looking stocks at this point in time. CLVS, not too shabby, but I'm still not convinced. IZEA looks like crap. Let's take IZEA off the watch list, guys. Take it off the watch list. DARE may be coming off the watch list here in a moment. But ISPO, I'm liking ISPO above 10. FRGE is not terrible above 35, but we need to see a little bit more before we get involved because we know the stock can dump down to 30, and the last thing anybody wants to do is hold this for a $5 drop or a $5 loss. So still sit back, FRGE. This could be the start of a double bottom, right? You're right off 35.64. I mean, if you were to get involved in this, you put a hard stop in under 35. Hard stop, walk away. See if it double bottoms, see if it rips. But again, you have like no volume, guys. That's the only thing. There's just not a lot of volume. And it's not the best setup in the world. It's potential. It's decent. It could move. But again, it's just there's not enough, right? There's just not enough to really get convinced that this is the entry, right? So I'll be looking for MULN here. MULN. Start breaking this downtrend potentially. Right above that 315 level of support. So again, you have that 315 support that we really don't want to crack below. So stops would be right under 315. Looking for a break of the downtrend back up to high day. 345 and then 350 on MULN. IGMS is on high watch. IGMS high watch right now, guys. For the start of this possible mid-candle breakout. IGMS high watch for the start of this possible mid-candle breakout, team. So cost basis right now is right around 26.15-ish on IGMS. I was in pre-market. I scaled in again. I averaged in because we're starting to pop above VWAP, above 26, and we didn't drop below that 25.40. So I'm risking below low of day. So my stops are $25.40. 200 shares. Cost basis 26. Probably like 26.15 is going to be my cost basis here. So right now I'm at break even. 200 share position. Stopping out. At 25.40 on IGMS, but we know the stock could just rip and run, and I want to make sure I'm getting in before the start of that possible mid-candle breakout. And if we start really taking on off, I'll take some profits just to get paid, and then go put a hard stop at break even, and I'm going to ride that other part of my position to see if we do ever get back up towards around that 35, and maybe even start filling the gap on the daily chart on IGMS. So, again, light volume trade, but this is one of those stocks that when it takes off and it gets the attention, it takes off, it gets the attention. So right now I'm at a 26.15 cost basis on 200 shares. My stop was less than $1. So if I get stopped out, I'm risking about maybe $200, maybe $150 to $2 at most. But the potential to the upside is substantial, right? Potential to the upside is not bad whatsoever. Good job, Catherine. You got your little doji formation yesterday, first red day. Good job if you took those puts. Risky, but again, good job for taking the trade the right way, waiting for your validation and confirmation, and now you're getting paid. So good job on that. Congrats. So again, I'm looking at IGMS here. Again, you had a low day of around 25.50. I have that 25.40-ish level marked up as my support level. So I'm going to put stops around 25.30, and my cost basis is 26.15. So that puts me about a 90-cent risk. I'm on 200 shares. It's about $200. Let's just call it $200 of risk if it doesn't start giving us that mid candle, but it's worth it to me because I see the potential on IGMS, but if it doesn't work, it just doesn't work, right? You can't expect them all to be wieners. But if you put yourself in a good trade, good risk compared to your reward, and you have a setup and you have a strategy and you built your plan and you have targets and stop losses, and again, you've assessed what your position sizing is and what your loss is compared to your account, you know, and you have a good strategy in front of you and a good setup, take your trades. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Stop out, walk away, move on to the next trade. You can't win them all. It'd be nice if you could win them all. Everybody would be day traders. Everybody would invest in stocks if you could win them all, but it's not the reality. So again, you got to be okay with losing at times. But I like IGMS. I've been saying I've liked it since Tuesday. Said it yesterday. I liked it again. I do like it today for that possible mid-candle. And, you know, if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. If it sets back up, it sets back up and I re-enter it. But right now my finger is on the trigger because we're starting to move here on IGMS. So my finger is on the trigger just in case we start cracking 26, and I may need to start closing out of that position. But I'd like to see a nice big pop on up here on IGMS. You know, right now I see potential to 28.32. That's next target, right around 28.32, and that's probably where I lock in about half my position if we get that nice little $2 rip on up here. There's 26.50 on the bid. That's a good sign. You just broke 26.50 from the buyers. You're starting to pop on up a smidge. There's 26.60 on the bid. Not too bad, not too bad. Looking pretty decent. Want to see the bids now hold above 26.50. That was resistance. Now you want to see the buyers hold that as support. You do not want to see all that type of profit taking. You want to see buyers step behind this and just consistently bid up little by little by little by little. Just clean moves. It's a mid-candle breakout, and we know how mid-candle breakouts can move. But we're watching MULN break of the downtrend above 315. That's a good trade, right? You came down to 315, you held, you followed through with a break of the downtrend. If we crack below 315, it's not a good sign. Come down to 3 and bounce maybe, but again, 315 is a pretty key level that we'd like to see MULN stay above. And if we can, and we can follow through from the break of the downtrend, we could see it back up at that 340 and 350. So back up to 2650 on IGMS and then back on down to 2627. So it's a little all over the place right now. Spreads were nice and tight. Now spreads are starting to open up 30 to 40 cents at this point in time. Just watch the volume, watch your level 2 and time and sales. And if you start to see something you really don't like and you're like, I'm losing confidence, get out. But as long as it's looking decent like it is and it's trying to get that little pop on up, I guess you're still good to go for now. So again, we're managing the IGMS mid-candle breakout trade at this point in time. FRGE, nothing here. LGVN, nothing right now at this point in time. ISPO, as long as it's above 10, you have potential back up over VWAP to 1181 on ISPO. DARE is off the watch list. CLVS, congratulations, Jeff. I don't know if you ever stopped out of this, but again, we never broke below that 213, so maybe you were risking below 213. You just hit first target of 267. Your next target, Jeff, is going to be $3. So now that we're above that pre-market high of, it was like 266, right? Ideally, you want to see it above that 266 level. Maybe come back down, revisit 266 just for a moment, get a nice bounce and a nice follow through for that pop up towards around $3 on CLVS. So again, we do have that room into yesterday's open, and that's my first target, 2830-ish, right? That's gonna be one of my first targets is 2830 on IGMS, and then looking up towards around Tuesday's close. So yesterday's open was 2830. That's a target. And then Tuesday's, yesterday's open. Yesterday's open 2830. Then Tuesday's close 2949. That's another target. Yesterday's high is a target of 3028. And then Tuesday's high is a target of 3598. So let's see if we have any more action to the upside. If this thing starts breaking 27, we could really start exploding here. There's 2709 on the ask. Let's see if people want to get back on IGMS, guys. Let's see if traders are ready, right? We're starting to move on up. We're off those lows at 25.50 to 27. It's about $1.50 up. Still very, very light volume, but that could shift at any moment, right? Traders start to notice IGMS is moving. Maybe it's hitting our breakout scanner. Maybe it starts tagging the high of the day momentum scanner, getting that focus from some of these other stocks, bring the focus into IGMS, and maybe we start ripping and running here, guys. We know what this stock can do. It's a low float stock. We know it can rip and run. So let's see if we can get some interest and some attention shifted on over from some of these other stocks into IGMS and to really start to see a nice strong follow through. Maybe at least another $1.30 to the upside. Just one big $1.30. Maybe grab some profits out of it. But right now we're up about 80 cents a share, 70 cents a share, give or take, at this point in time. Looking to see if we can get some more volume over 27 here. And you know, right now, I really wouldn't want to even see this back down at low a day, right? In a perfect world, in a perfect mid-candle breakout, you really don't want to see it back down at low a day. Now, it could pull back and form a higher low, maybe above 26. But, you know, dropping below 26, back down into the 25s, like that just doesn't look strong. That to me is like a sign of weakness. So if it does start looking a little weak at any point in time, and I'm not really liking what we see, you may see me getting out of that position just in case it drops lower. But if it does set back up at some point today, I would always look to get right back in. But right now, if I start to not see what I want to see, and it's looking weak and we're coming back down close to my cost basis and I'm just not convinced, you'll start to see me cutting that position, right? Getting out to avoid a loss. And if it sets back up, I'll jump back in, right? But right now, we're looking okay, right? Not fantastic, not woo hot, but okay. Not bad, not shabby. We just need to see the follow through. Keep going. Another $1.30, right? It's building up little by little. I mean, I would expect to see a pullback. I mean, the stock is up from 26 to 27. I wouldn't be surprised if you see a big drop because of profit taking at level and then grind back up. I mean, stocks don't just go up forever, straight up. You do see pullbacks along the way. So we just want to make sure that the pullbacks are healthy and not aggressive pullbacks. Make sure they're nice, clean, healthy pullbacks so we can get the rebound and the transition from buyers back into the play versus scaring all the buyers out. If it's an aggressive drop, aggressive profit taking, that may scare buyers from actually, returning to this trade. So as long as they're healthy pullbacks, traders are still here looking to maybe buy into these pullbacks for the next leg up. So it's okay if we get pullbacks. They just need to be clean, healthy pullbacks for us to continue to manage this trade along this potential mid-candle breakout grind. Next target, 28.39. So yeah, CLVS came down and revisited 266 briefly, and that's what you want, guys. So when you get the breaks and retests, and then you add in a 9 EMA to the break and retest as well, you got a great trade, right? So you broke 266, you pulled back briefly, spent a little bit of time, you revisited 266, you saw an immediate bounce, right? An immediate bounce. And you had the 9 EMA to support the trade as well. You could have been in that on 266 entries, and right now your stop is right underneath your entry. Like your stop's going to be 264, right? So you're going to risk like 2 to 3 cents at most, and you're looking potentially to get to $3 on CLVS. MULN is just not exciting me right now. MULN is just not excited about it, right? I mean, nice break out of the gate, nice downtrend break, literally no follow through. If MULN is below $3, I don't like it, right? We have room to fall back down to 266 if we fall below 3 on MULN. But I guess if MULN doesn't put in a lower low today, right, and we hold above our intraday low of 3 and we stay above 3, we still have potential to see a follow through. But like I said, you have a lot of good setups lately. A lot of good setups. They form, they start to move, they don't hold up, they drop on off. And it's kind of what we're seeing across the board, right? Across the board. We're just not really seeing that strength, right? That activity, that attention. Those stocks that are able to break and follow through and hold on up. The only exception today is CLVS, right? That is the only exception today is CLVS. We've been talking about the reversal for a week or two now on the SPY and the Qs, guys. So I mean, we pretty much saw this coming. We've been really talking about these two for the last couple of weeks, and it was just a matter of time before we actually started to see the pullback and that reversal. So not too bad, right? It's not too bad or anything like that. From an open of 367 down to a low of 365. So it's not like 5-10 point drop. It's just a little bit of a pullback. It seems to be a pretty healthy pullback at this point in time. So nothing to be too concerned about. Things are dropping on off here a little bit, but nothing too crazy. VXX is starting to spike all over the place again, guys. We know VXX, it spikes and halts. So, I mean, if you want to take a yellow call on VXX, I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, that one day it went from like 30 to 40 and halted 5 times. Then it did it again here this week on Monday. So, I mean, if you want a YOLO call on VXX, only invest what you're willing to risk and just, I guess, see what happens. I mean, just throwing it out there. Throwing it out there. You know, this thing could do some wild things at times. You know, so FRGE is just chopping around a little too much right now at this point in time, Chris. We really want to see it staying above 35. It may not do anything today. It may kind of settle and fall a little bit farther. and it may set up for a mid candle, right? We've been seeing a lot of these top gaining stocks gap down and setting up for mid candles lately, right? We're not seeing a top gaining stock gap up and continue. We're seeing a lot of these top gaining stocks set up for these mid candles. So maybe that's what we see on FRGE if it doesn't move today, right? If it just kind of cracks 35, slow and steady, pulling back little by little, you could see a mid candle for tomorrow. But I guess right now at this point in time, if it does hold above 35 and you get some volume to move in, right back above that VWAP, you do have potential today. So you got a 1 minute, 9 EMA VWAP squeeze. Now here's the thing, 1 minute, 9 EMA VWAP squeezes are not the most powerful setups in the world. Now when you see these on 5 minute time frames, they're not bad. They're pretty decent. So right now you do have the 9 EMA as support, VWAP resistance. You could see the squeeze formation, but just know they're not the most powerful and the most consistent setups, but you do have that right now. You can put your stops below 35 bucks if you wanted to. Look to see if we get the squeeze over VWAP and over 38. You could see it back up at 40 and then 42 on FRGE, but it's a tad risky, right? It's a tad. It's not super duper risky, but it's a smidge of risk, right? It's a little risky because again, it's forming on the 1 minute time frame, and we know that these 1 minute setups for these 9 EMA VWAP squeezes are just not the most consistent. You get more false moves and false attempts versus seeing them actually play out on 5 minute time frames. I'm not loving IGMS, especially with the SPY dumping. So again, the SPY's the SPY, the Q's the Q's, right? So penny stocks do what penny stocks want to do. Now there is sometimes correlation between the indexes and the broader market and penny stocks, but not as tight as like Nvidia, Apple, AMC, GameStop, stuff like that, right? So you see the broader markets dumping the SPY and the Q's. You're going to see Crowdspace, Pfizer, Palantir, Boeing, DraftKings. You're going to see those types of stocks kind of correlate with the overall market, not so much small caps, like penny stocks. So I'm not crazy about it right now, right? But I still see the potential. I'm going to risk free the trade, right? So I'm going to actually go with a stop, probably about 15 to 20 cents. I'm going to put a stop right below 26. Pullbacks are normal. Pullbacks are okay. I just don't like the decreasing volume along the leg up. But another thing I want to point out is these mid-candle breakouts have been forming later in the afternoon, right? We see the attempt intraday, like out of the gate, we see the attempt. Then they start looking like they're not going to make it happen. And we're like, and then you come back around lunch and they broke. So I got to be very patient with it. And there's more to it than just a mid-candle breakout, right? As of the 15th of March, 53% of the float was short, right? It's an 8 million in float stock. So you have a large short float percentage, number one. Now that's probably been depleted because of the move on Tuesday, but we don't know. There could still be a lot of shorts in this. Number one, but again, to me, it seems like a lot of those shorts were covering off that big aggressive move on Tuesday. But I like the news. So not only do we have the mid-candle breakout, but the news was pretty darn good as well. So I'm going to be patient with it. I'm not going to risk below 25.40 anymore. I'm going to put a stop below 26. I'll probably go like a 25.90. It's going to put me about a 20-cent stop loss. I'm okay with risking 20 cents on this trade. And then still continuing to look at it to see if it ever does set back up for the mid-candle breakout that we're looking at. So not really too focused on the IGMS compared to the SPY and it dumping, because again, we don't see direct correlation with the broader market and these penny stocks and these small caps. Every now and then, yes, but penny stocks do what penny stocks want to do, regardless of what the overall market's doing, right? Look back in 2020 when the markets were dumping. We saw biotech pharmaceutical stocks up thousands of percents. So all right. So did FRGE get a nice pop? Yeah, it did. Above 35, nice little squeeze formation, putting stops below 35. You would have never been stopped out, and you guys are ripping right now. MULN is just not exciting right now at all. MULN just is not exciting me at this point in time. I'm gonna have to go throw a stop under under 3. Again, I got not a huge position, but I mean, if this falls down to 260, I'm not gonna hold it down the 260. I do like it long term, but again, I don't want to be too heavy on MULN, and I'm not really too convinced that I want to continue to swing it. I want to swing it overnight for an open and a push. But right now, if it's below $3, I'm out. So let's go MULN sell. We're gonna sell that position. We're gonna put a hard stop in here. And we're gonna put that stop at like 298. So MULN, we're gonna sell. Position, stop, 298. Cost basis was 304. I'm risking 6 cents. That's cool. If it drops below 3, it's probably gonna continue to fall. 298. I'll actually go 297 on the stop. I think that's a better stop loss. 297 stop. MULN. Auto. That's fine. Place. Good. All right, stops in the system, 297. If it rips and runs, let it rip and run. But right now, if it does drop below 3, I don't want to be in the position. And again, my focus is really not on MULN right now. I'd hate to come back in 20 minutes and be like, oh man, I should have put a hard stop in. I'm just going to do the right thing and put a hard stop in right now. And then, stupid nets. And then we're going to go back over to IGMS. And get that ready to go because we popped on up. Right, light volume, not a fan of that, but we did just pull back. We didn't dump on off right into the 90 EMA. That doesn't look bad on IGMS. That doesn't look bad. We're starting to see a little bit of action too. New high a day, IGMS 27.35. So right now, if we get a follow through with some nice volume after we just kind of flagged, right? Nice push on up, consolidated, right? Close to the 90 EMA, a little bit of a flag formation. You're popping a new high a day. We need to see it close into a new high a day. We want to see this candle close a new high a day. I would say that if we drop below 26.65, I may just take the little profit that I have. We'll probably see it pull back to low a day anyway. If we reset back up, I'll re-enter the trade. But underneath that low, if you look at IGMS, right, underneath this this low right here, that's where my new stop's at. All right, so my stop was underneath this low. We popped on up. Nice little pullback into that 90 EMA, and we're trying to get that move on up higher. So if we do fail and we crack below this prior low, you'll probably see it come back down to $26 anyway. So might as well take your profit here, let it come back down to 26. If it does, and it does set up, it's a re-entry probably, versus giving all those profits back just for it to not set up and taking a loss. Might as well secure profits if you can. So right now, if we come below 26.64, I'll probably start taking the 50 cents a share that I have. But right now, get ready to lock in profits around 28 to 28.39. IGMS, get ready to lock in profits if we spike on up to 28 and then 28.39. That's your first profit taking level, and it looks like you may get there. You're starting to see some volume really move in, guys. This thing could really start taking on off. Stops right now, 26.60. At the lowest, 26.60 stops. That's putting you above your cost basis. If you get stopped out, you walk away profitable. Just because this stock could rip to the upside, it could also dump to the downside, right? It could rip up $5, it could dump down $5. So always make sure you're putting yourself in a position to lock in some kind of profits, right? It may not be the full move you wanted, but green is green, right? No one ever goes broke by locking in some kind of profits in the market. Now, if the trade does work out and goes in our favor, let's make all the money, right? But if it doesn't work out and it does come down and start dumping, at least we can secure something from the trade. And that's got to be your mindset. Secure something, right? But make sure your stops are in the right placement. Right now, underneath that little double bottom low, I'm thinking a 26.60-ish stop loss on IGMS. So right now, IGMS, sell, market, spreads are nice and tight. If we pop another 50-ish cents here, you may see me lock up a little bit of my position here. We only got about $1 to the upside right now, so I think we got another $1 in us. All right, so we want to see 27 to 27.10 hold on up now. If it doesn't hold on up and we close below 26.66, right, 26.67, right underneath these lows, that's a stop loss, and I'll make 50 cents a share. Right now, we're up about $1 a share. I'll put my stop to secure 50 cents. That's what you do, Langston, right? You sold a 30-year position in the last pop, moved your stop to break even, now you're risk-free. That's the mindset of a professional trader, right? Sell into strength, sell into the pop, which you did. Not all of it, but a little bit, right? And then go risk-free in the trade. Worst case, you get stopped out on the rest of your position. But what do you have? You have some kind of money on the table, right? You're not taking, you know, a break-even trade or a completely losing trade. You're at least walking away with money in your pocket. But if the trade does continue to work out in our favor, you still have so much potential to make even more profits. So that's what I'm doing. I got to stop at that 26.67 level. That's going to give me about 50 cents a share if I get stopped out. And, you know, it's something, right? It's not the big move, but it's something, right? It's something. So I'm watching that level 2 and time and sells very, very closely. Just because the spread's large, right? I would hate for the spread to open up, it trigger my stop loss, and I get stopped out prematurely. So I'm manually running my stop loss right now. Because again, when you have stocks like this, low volume, sometimes the spreads open up pretty substantially. And last thing you want to do is that bid drop down briefly, that trigger your stop order to get sent, and you get filled, right? So I'm going to do it manually just so that doesn't happen if the spread opens and then retightens, just so I don't get a premature stop out here. But again, I said 26.67, 26.68, somewhere around there in the 26.60s is the stop. I never got stopped out of MULN yet, right? My stop is right here at 297. I mean, yeah, it popped, yeah, it bounced, but it's putting in these lower highs, right, on MULN, putting in these lower highs. It means building technically higher lows, but it doesn't look the best right now. I mean, it doesn't look the best. Still keep it on watch on MULN, but if you start cracking below that $3 mark, it's probably going to start falling on off pretty decently. Yeah, FRG was a great trade, guys. FRG was phenomenal for the 9 EMA, VWAP squeeze, stops under 35. You guys just crushed it, dude. You guys crushed it. Over $10 a share there. All right, so right now, IGMS, not looking all that great, guys. Not looking all that great. I'm getting very close to just getting out of this position. You don't want to see it down below that 26.60 level. And that's a pretty nasty red candle, isn't it? That's a pretty nasty red candle, so we might just take what profits we have because that's not the type of candle you want to see. So that's what scares traders. That type of candle is what gets traders like, yeah, no thanks, right? These pullbacks, these are good pullbacks, healthy pullbacks, you get follow-throughs. These candles, these are the candles that start scaring traders. And they're like, yeah, I don't want to buy it now. These ones, that's good. These are healthy pullbacks, and you get follow-throughs. This, it's hard to get a nice follow-through when you see that just dump on off like that. So my finger is on the trigger. Like I said, in the 26.60s, I'm out. In the 26.60s. Underneath that prior low. So, yeah, and that's right at VWAP as well. So in the future, if you want to add more to a position, if you want to like scale into a position, what you have to do before scaling into your position is recalculate what your new cost basis is going to be and what your loss level is. So you can't just go buy more shares of a stock without saying, okay, I'm going to add to my position. I have 200 shares now, not 100. Because if you go 200 shares with the same stop loss, you're doubling up your stop loss. And you have to make sure you're okay with that stop loss. So if you start with 100 shares and then you add, you have to recalculate your new cost basis, factor what your stop is, and then what's the stop loss going to be from a dollar amount and accept it. So again, You want to add to it. Okay, if I did add 100 shares, my cost basis is here. 200 shares at the stop loss is X amount of dollars. Am I okay with that risk? Yes, take the trade. If you're like, yeah, no. Yeah, if I add it in here, and then my cost basis is here, and my stop loss is the same place, that's gonna be more risk than I want to take. So you're gonna be able to talk yourself out of adding in or averaging into a position. So you just have to reassess your new cost basis, what your new position size is, where your stop is, figure out what your loss is going to be on that trade, what's the risk, what's the loss, and accept it. And if you can accept it, add to it. It's the same thing you do when building a trade plan in the beginning. You're just retweaking your trade plan around a larger position, and you have to still accept the loss. Oh no, fat finger to trade CLVS at 252. Well, if you fat fingered it unintentionally, you should do the right thing and put a stop at break even maybe, right? If you fat fingered the trade and it was so unintentional, just make sure you manage it correctly. Maybe you get out at break even, maybe you put your stop right below 244 and be willing to take a small loss. But I would say, you know, if we put in a lower low here below 244, that's a sign of weakness. But you fat fingered, it's okay, it happens. Just make sure that you still manage this trade as if you would have if it was a non-fat finger trade. But it happens. I've done it quite a few times, right? I fat fingered and accidentally entered a short position versus a long position. You know, I've clicked the button one too many times to sell, right? I'm long and I'm taking profit, and then I flip into a short position. And I've done it a lot. It happens. But I would say you have a possible reversal forming on CLVS above the VWAP. You are starting to see a little bit of a higher low form. You have potential back to 266 and then 288. Stops right now would have to be at 244 underneath that prior low on CLVS. I want to see if IGMS can really start to get that follow through. I'd like to see if we can continue to follow through and get that leg on up. You know, it still has good potential. It's a slow mid-candle breakout, but it still has potential to be a mid-candle breakout. But it's not as explosive as I thought it could be. But that could change at any point in time. You know, at 10:30, this could just rip and halt, and this could be the #1 stock of the day like it was on Tuesday. Not saying that's going to happen, just saying it's something that could happen. And I want to be able to stay in this trade as long as possible. But I still have a stop in place. If I get stopped out, I gotta honor that and at least secure some kind of profits. Now, if it comes back down and it sets up, I could always look to re-enter the trade, right? And still capitalize on a potential move. But right now, that stop is at that place in the 2660s. I'm still in it. Just like MULN, I'm still in it. My stop's right below 3. And right now, if we can get to that 2830, I'd love to be able to lock in some profits initially and put a hard stop in the system and just completely take my focus away from this, come back maybe in a couple hours and see it at $40. That would be fantastic, right? That'd be great. So let's see, guys. Let's see. So FRGE, that was a one and done trade. That's a one and possibly done. We'll keep it on watch, but those are typically one and dones. When they rip on up and they dump into a hole, yeah, those are typically one and done. So still watch it, but right now pretty risky. You have room back down to 35. LGVN hasn't set up yet. ISPO is not setting up. CLVS could be a reversal, but again, you don't want to see it put in a lower low here. You want to see it hold above 246. MULN. Break the dang downtrend and actually get some action, get rid of these dang sellers, right? You can see it run back up the high a day, and we still have a $4 target. So breaking this downtrend on some volume, right? We can start to see a nice little pop back up to high a day in the 340s, and then anything over 340 and 350, you have room to $4, guys. Support still 3, and I have my stops right under $3 right now at this point in time on MULN. Definitely don't want that to be the start of a double top. So I'm trying to think. Stop still good? I would say stops underneath this low now. So we're still looking in the 260s, maybe right there around 275 stop, underneath that prior low on IGMS. Realistically, I mean, you don't really want to see it below 27 again. If this is the start of a double top, this is a reversal trade, guys. This could be something that starts dumping on off. That's not the right tool. Ah, TD, come on now. That's just great. Jeez. Fantastic. All right, cool. We get, oh my gosh, TD's all jacked. All right, anyway. It's good now. All right, cool. Ah, it's like restart. No, I'm not restarting. I'm in trades. Whatever. Good thing I don't use TD Ameritrade to trade on, because stuff like that happens. It's like, oh great, so you want me to restart it and you want me to wait 30 minutes and what? Yeah, that was my intentions, was to stay on YouTube today because it's the last day of the month. So I know you guys are super fortunate because you got 2 days this week. Moving forward, it's 1 day a week. Moving forward, but I thought, you know, it's the last day of the month. The market's decent. Want to be able to help you guys make some profits and stuff like that. But yeah, for sure. Still, my undivided attention is in chat. So if you guys want to listen along, you can. But it's the last day of the month. Let's have some fun with it and let's make some profits. Again, I haven't taken a fresh position today on my main account. So right now I still have my 536 on ISPO. I'm managing my trade over on IGMS and managing the trade on MULN, but both of these I have MULN with a hard stop in the system. IGMS I have a hard mental stop. And as you guys noticed, we have 10 more seats available. All right, so I opened up 10 more seats for the month of April. Oh, that gnat. I'm gonna get you, buddy. I'm gonna get you. Get out of here. Yeah, I told you guys they didn't pick up my trash. Saturday, my wife, not knowing, brings the can back in, and there was gnats in the can. And it sat there until Monday before we could take the trash back out for them to pick it up. And now there's freaking gnats flying around the house. I'm like, that's great. Steve, dude, I've been in, yes, 8:30. I'm falling asleep too. I mean, lock in profits if you guys want. I mean, the only thing that I really see that's still, you know, appealing is the 3-minute time frame, how it's grinding that 90 EMA. The second we have a 3-minute candle crack below the 9, I'm just going to get out and take the profits, right? So, I mean, it's a slow trade. It's steady, but, you know, if you look at it this way, we've made a good $1 a share. You know, at one point over $1.50 a share. That's not bad. Be able to make that kind of money in an hour, it's not bad, and it's been an easy trade to manage. It's just, it's slow. It's taken forever, but the second it pops is the second it pops. It may never pop, though. It may never move, right? It may just come crashing back down and be a dead stock. But for now, technically, I mean, you had a nice little red to green move. Nice consolidation, breaking on out. It's still trying to hold on up above that 90 EMA. Technically still putting in higher lows. We could still continue to see it rip to the upside, but I'm really putting some focus on the 90 EMA and these lower lows. That's why my stop is a lower low. As long as you're putting in higher lows, I'm holding the trade. If we put in a lower low, I get out, take the profit. If it sets back up, I can re-enter and still see if it has potential for today. Yeah, again, 10 seats are open, guys. So if you guys are even remotely interested, you can hit me up with an email. josh@alphadaytrading.com, and I'll be able to help you out and walk you through the onboarding process, get you enrolled, get you set up, introduce you to the platform, have some fun with it, and get you all ready to rock. Again, if you want to make consistent profits like people in chat, like members in chat, I mean, that's your chance, guys. 10 more seats open. I mean, what do you have to lose? Really, if you think about it, what do you have to lose? $100? Maybe if you buy the yearly, $1,000, but it's still, you get all that value. I mean, what do you have to gain, though? That's the question, though. People always say is like, man, that's a lot. Man, you have $100, but what do you have to gain? right? Knowledge, education, profits, growth, success, right? You have a lot to gain with very little to lose. So again, if you've been on the borderline, we got 10 seats open. 27.15 right now on IGMS, guys. We're not looking the best. We literally just have no volume right now at this point in time. So you may see me just take the profit that I have. You may just see me go ahead and lock it in a little bit here. Because again, it's not really, just not doing anything. I'll give it for this candle to close. I'll wait for this candle to close, see how the next candle opens, and if it doesn't start popping and pushing, and it's sliding below 27, I'm gonna click the sell button, I'm gonna get out. But you're right at that 9 EMA. So if you start to see it bounce and you see that price action, right? You see some orders coming in and it's trying to bounce, it's trying to pop, it's trying to bounce, it's trying to pop. Yep, that's not what you want to see. Not even trying. So again, fingers on the trigger, IGMS, 2760s is my stop, but if this does pop back up for a close below the 9 EMA, like it did on that last 3-minute candle, it still, I guess, has potential, because that 3-minute candle here did dip below and it popped above and closed, and then it pushed on off that level. You could see that happen again, but it has to close above, I'd say 2710 before the next candle opens, right? So before this next candle opens, we need to see this current candle closing above 2710 for it to stay intact. If not, I'm getting ready to click sell. There's 2689. You have about, how much time do you have left on this 3-minute candle? Got a minute, or no, you don't even have a minute. Got like 10 seconds. We still got, you know, almost $1 a share. Almost $1 a share. Next candle opened under the 9 EMA. That's not a good sign. I'm still going to honor my stop loss and still give it an opportunity to see if it pops right back above. But right now, I'm definitely thinking we're going to go ahead and cut this trade and lock it up. So I got 10 cents of breathing room. 10 cents. Just to see if it miraculously pops back up above 27. You never know. The market's pretty crazy at times. It does what it wants to do. But right now, definitely looking like we're going to go ahead and close up the position on IGMS and secure, you know, decent little 60 cents a share. And then the second I get out, you guys are good to enter. Joking. But literally, when I get out, the stock rips, right? The stock will frickin' rip to the upside when I get out of positions. But yeah, that definitely doesn't look all that great, does it? All right, guys, so it's 10:28, so we're about an hour into the market. Not a bad day. You guys had FRGE for a nice big rip and run. MULN broke the downtrend, and it wasn't powerful whatsoever. It was pretty weak, actually. And then LGVN and ISPO really haven't done all that much. Now, again, you guys were jumping into IGMS with me out of the gate. It was profitable. Even right now, you're still in the green. Not as much as you were, but you're still in the green. It's a profitable trade. It's just a long trade. Like, I just don't want to put a hard stop in because, like I said, you know, it could just trigger the hard stop and fill me prematurely. So that's why my finger's on the trigger. But I kind of want to take my finger off the trigger, and I want to take my attention off of IGMS. So it's either just A, stop me out and let me move on, or B, just start ripping and I can start taking some profits. Like, just make a decision. Yeah, stop me out for profit or rip for more profit. But my finger hurts right now. I got a cramp in my finger. It's just been hovering over this mouse for like the last 30 minutes. See that? It's a finger cramp. Can't move it. Ugh. But I may just, I may risk it. I may risk it and put the hard stop in, and if it prematurely stops me, so be it, right? So be it. But if it doesn't prematurely stop me and it rips, it rips. Let's go put that stop at 2660. Let's just do it, right? Let's just go ahead and do it. Stop. 2660. IGMS sell 2. Stop. 2660. Auto place, and boom, it's in the system. Let's just do that. If it stops me, it stops me. I'll take the risk. I got to get my finger off the trigger, and I got to get my attention elsewhere. It's funny. Yeah, it's like, ugh, got a finger cramp. Shaking too much. What's the email for the 10-seat sign up? Josh@alphadaytrading.com. If you want to jump on the call, we can jump on the call. You want to jump on a Zoom, we can jump on a Zoom. You want to see the platform first? See the platform. You want to ask me questions about the value and what you get as a member? Ask me questions and make sure it's a good decision. Pick my brain. Then I'll help you through that process to get enrolled, because the seats will fill up fast. Last time we did an opening, they filled up within like 2 days. Like 2 days, seats were gone, and I have people saying, I want in, I want in. I'm like, I can't, it's too late. Well, now that's the next opportunity, is I opened up 10 more seats. All right. And just to clarify, the 10 seats are on the yearly plan, right? And the reason for that is, again, the yearly comes with one-on-ones. And so that's the thing, is I do a lot of one-on-ones, and if we get too many yearlies and too many one-on-ones, right, that's where it really gets hard for me to manage my time in chat and doing those one-on-ones on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So again, shoot me the email, pick my brain, ask all the questions that you want. I'm always here to help you guys out, and just make sure we're a good fit. The last thing I want you doing is signing up and you're like, dude, you're not swing trading stocks. Yeah, I don't swing trade. If you're like, oh, I didn't know that. Well, I don't swing trade. So you should not sign up if you want to swing trade, because we do not do that too much. I mean, I don't. I mean, we have members in chat that do, but I don't swing trade a whole lot. All right, guys, so let's do this. What are you guys looking at? What do you guys see? Let's review a couple stocks, see what you guys are looking at, what you're thinking could start to set on up for some good opportunities. I'm ready to hit it hard. Now that we got some stops in the system, we can take a step back. Let's see what IGMS does. Let's see what MULN does. Got a couple open positions there with hard stops in the system. But let's take our attention elsewhere. Is there any stock that you see that is really setting up right now at this point in time that has some good opportunity? Well, I see those questions come through and those stickers come through. I'm going to step out for about 2 minutes, use the restroom. My goodness, I'll be right back, guys. All right, give me a couple minutes. I'll be right back with you, and we'll hit it hard. Oh, my bad, guys. Everybody's like, hello, hello. Movie's like, I've gone deaf. Do you hear anybody? You hear anything? All right, cool. My bad, guys. Everybody's like, Josh, you're muted, dude. You're muted. All right, we're about 9 cents away from getting a stop on IGMS, but the stop is a profitable stop. So when I say stop loss, it's a stop loss, but it's above my cost basis, so it would be profitable. Maybe get 50 cents out of the thing, which is, I mean, it's decent. It's okay. You know, I'll take 50 cents versus 0 cents all day, every day. We already got some profits in profits chat today. What do we got? We got red and green. Hey, with $100, we got Winston, 322. Chris, what do you got? 162 from Chris. Corey, nice little 82 on that small account, boss. Good profits. Let's keep going with them profits right now, guys. Posty up your profits. All right, same thing goes for you traders over on YouTube as well. Go ahead and type up the profits that you made the day, and then post them up if you want. But I'm going to go ahead and get my profits up. I want to go ahead and be like the team and post up some profits and profits chats. There we go. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. Let's find some more opportunity, guys. Let's make it happen. MELN is just a little choppy. No real sense of direction. CLVS doesn't look bad here. Breaking back above 266, things could get interesting. Back up close to that high a day. So CLVS is one of the top stocks right now. You know, ISPO is just kind of too sideways for me at this point in time. There's no real sense of direction. It's just up and down, up and down, up and down. No real good trend to play into. LGVN, same thing. It's really just sideways today. There's not a lot of opportunity there. And then FRGE already made this really nice big move to the upside, hitting that high, and then since then not doing too much. So it's very clear that the #1 stock right now that we should focus on is going to be CLVS. Maybe MULN if it could actually figure out what it wants to do today and actually set up for something. But it's still intact. It's just more sideways than anything. It hasn't dropped back down below 3, which is good sign. It's decent. So we'll still keep MULN on watch, but right now, the top stock CLVS back above 266. You can see a nice big rip back up to high a day. Support right now is the VWAP. Eric, who's a good mentor you'd recommend for swing trading? Ashton Nolan. Ashton Nolan. He swing trades primarily options, I think. Maybe he does equities. Again, I don't know. He does swing trade options. I think he swings equities, if I'm not mistaken. There's my stop out on IGMS. We got just right at 50 cents a share. So that's not bad. I mean, 50 cents is 50 cents. If it sets back up, it sets back up. We'll make it happen. But I would say Ashton Nolan. He swing trades. He does a lot of options. He knows about vertical spreads and debit credit spreads and Condor. Like, he's pretty good with options, right? Not just the basic call put, right? But he's really good with options, and he does more swing trading than day trading. So I'd say Ashton Nolan is your best bet. I like Ashton a lot. Yes, I do. Yeah, so I tell people what I'm in, why I'm in, and I educate behind the setups, right, guys? So if I see a setup, I explain the setup, I educate the setup. Say, this is the entry, this is the stop, this is the target, here's the setup, here's why we want to get involved, right? The education behind it, the quality, and it's a good alert, right? Because you understand why we're getting involved versus just buying because I said buy. I don't want to just say buy, and you get in, and you make money, and you're like, but why did I make money? Why did I buy? I want you guys to know why you're buying, why we're taking trades that we're taking. So everything comes with analysis, education, behind the setups, behind the alerts, and then absolutely making the alerts. You see my P&L box on the live stream. If I take a big loss like Tuesday, you see I'm down 8 grand. If you see me make that 8 grand back, you see me make the 8 grand back in 30 minutes, like what happened on Tuesday. So yeah, nothing but transparency. I don't like anything in the market right now, guys. I really don't. MULN is just a turd. CLVS, maybe, but MULN is just, it's all over the place. Like I told you this morning, there's a lot of selling on MULN. Like anytime it tries to make a move on up, it gets crushed. It tries to make a move on up, it gets crushed. MULN is not an ideal stock to be looking to day trade right now at this point in time, to be completely honest with you. Tuesday was wild. I literally, Tuesday was my biggest loss of 2022 and my biggest gain of 2022. I lost $7,900 on AMC. I got stuck in the hole to the downside. I made it back on IGMS within 30 minutes. So my biggest loss and my biggest profit of 2022 all took place on Tuesday. Tuesday was a wild day. It was my biggest position sizing I'm taking of the year, my biggest profit, my biggest loss, all in one day. I still lost like $600, but I made it back yesterday. I made like $1,200 yesterday, which wasn't bad. And I'm up 5 today. Oh, and I made 14 yesterday. So right now, within the last 3 trading sessions, we're still up pretty decent. We still got a nice little, you know, maybe $1,400 in just the last 3 trading sessions. And I want to keep it. Right? I want to keep that $1,400. I want to add it to the bottom line. I want to put it in my pocket. I want to get paid. Exact, Langston, you heard me talking about this 2 weeks ago. I'm like, MULN is one of those stocks I can't win on. MULN, it has a good setup, it fails, it looks like it's gonna dump, and then it pops on up. It's just all over the place, right? It follows the trend, and it Will Smith slaps you. It does, right? It follows the trend, and then it just Will Smith slaps you in the face. But again, we don't remember that, do we? Right? What do you mean Will Smith slap? What? That never took place, huh? What is it that you're doing when you said 10 spots still available? So I limit how many members we have, right? Because I get a lot of emails saying like, hey, Josh, I want to sign up. I'm in this Discord, but it's too noisy. There's too many people. Like, I'll ask a question and then the question vanishes through the feed of messages. I try and get an answer. They don't give me that personal attention, right? They're not willing to work with me one-on-one in real time. They don't see my questions. They don't answer my questions. They don't provide education behind the alerts. They don't look at my setups and help me manage my trades and build my plans. I'm sitting here listening and I'm learning, but when I need that one-on-one help, I'm not getting it. I said, so what can I do differently to bring more value to the trading community? I could limit how many members that we have. I've turned a lot of people away. I don't want 500 people, 1,000 people in chat right now, because again, if we have 1,000 people in chat active, no one's gonna get that personal attention, guys. And you guys are my #1 focus. So I limit the amount of people that can sign up. And then every now and then, if I realize we can take on more members and I can manage that and still give everybody my personal attention, I will open up 5 to 10 seats at a time. Last time was 3 weeks ago. We opened up 10 seats. They filled up in 2 days. I've been kind of just testing the waters since then. All right, is it too much? Is everybody getting my personal attention, right? Can we open up seats again? And I said, you know what, we can open up more seats. I mean, that's what I do little by little moving forward this year, is opening up seats little by little just to make sure we don't get too big to where I can't give you guys my undivided attention on a one-on-one personal level basis. And so that's why I'm doing it the way I'm doing it. And it's out of respect to you guys at the end of the day. Because I know, George, you don't want to sit here and ask a question and then it just vanish with a million other messages that come in. You want to ask a question, you want to get a response, you want to learn, you want help, you're here for a reason. You're showing up, you're taking the initiative, right? You want to learn, and I want to help teach you. And if I have 1,000 people in here, that's going to be really tough without other leaders and other moderators and other analysts to be able to come in and say, hey, listen, right? This is what we can do to help. So until that takes place, right? Until that takes place, I want to be able to limit the amount of seats that we have for now. Kevin, welcome to the team, Mr. Kevin. What's up, buddy? Welcome to the team. Welcome to the ADT family. Happy to have you here. You said you won't be able to do anything until Monday. Kevin, I disagree. I disagree. Kevin, what can you do until Monday? This is what you do, Kevin. This is what you do. You go ahead and scroll on up, Kevin. You click that video lessons library tab. You start watching some lessons, buddy, right? Anything that you need help with. I would say start with lessons for brand new traders. Gonna talk about building trade plans, pre-market stock selection. We talk a lot about mindset and emotion control and discipline in chat. Not a lot of other people do that. So again, I would start with some like just basic fundamental stuff and really work on like the mindset, pre-market stock selection, trade plans, journaling, discipline, patience, emotion control. definitely take some time over the next 3 to 4 days until Monday and really soak up all of this information, this crucial information, and have a strong foundation to build on top of come Monday. So that's how I would utilize your time. Sit back, listen, chat with the team, ask questions, get an answer, have some fun with us. But if, again, you're just kind of sitting back, not trading, definitely dive into that video lessons library and take this time to study up. Eric, yeah, absolutely, buddy. Phil, I was watching a few of your videos last night, and I noticed you did a small account challenge. How did you make out, and will you be doing another? I took a vote the other day inside a chat, and I said we can do 3 things. I could scale up, be very aggressive. That may take focus away from chat, because I'm really focused on trades, right? And the way I trade, which I don't want to do that, right? Because, again, the way I trade, you guys won't be able to follow along, and if you're not able to follow along, how are you really learning? So I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. Right? I may be aggressive at times, but it's not going to be 100% full-blown aggressive to where I take that focus away. I'm going to make sure my focus remains on chat. So that was option 1, and option 2 was aggressive or do what you're doing still, or small account challenge. And no one said there was one person that said they wanted to do a small account challenge. Everybody else said we don't want to do small account challenges. We want to continue to rock the way we've been rocking for like the last year. So what I am going to do is continue to do what I'm doing. We're going to do a small options account challenge. Right, so I'm going to fund my TD account, $500. If penny stocks are slow one day, we'll go see if there's any opportunity for options. Right, if we ever see an options opportunity, we'll take it. Right, I'll do a $500 options cash account. Probably start with the SPY and the Qs and show you guys how we start with the SPY and the Qs when trading options to get familiar with it, scaling from 1 contract to 5 to 10, so on and so forth. And then we'll start going into these individual stocks. And again, if we come in and penny stocks are hot, our focus remains on penny stocks like they always are. But if we notice that penny stocks are dead, kind of like today, we'll drift our attention on over to like the SPY and the Qs and some of these individual stocks that are optionable. And we'll start trading some options on our small account for fun just to see how far we can grow it. Because we know that it's easier to grow a small options account than it is a small equities account. So if you guys don't know options, you'll learn options. If you guys know options, you want to strengthen your skill set, you'll be able to do so. If you just want to have some fun with me and see how far you can grow a small options account just for fun to challenge yourself, you can do that to challenge yourself. But again, it's going to help the individuals that don't know anything about options. It's going to help you guys strengthen your options skill set and take better, more consistent trades. And you're going to be able to challenge yourself to see how far you can grow that $500 account over the next 6 months. You know, if we get 100% out of it, that's success. If we get 1,000% out of it, we can take it from 500 to 5 grand. That's successful, and that's gonna teach you discipline and patience, and that's gonna build your confidence. Because if you can take 500 to 5 grand, why can't you take 5 grand to 50 grand? The only thing you're doing is scaling into more size. Same setups, same trades, same risk parameters. The only thing you're doing is going from 1 contract to 10 contracts, and we're gonna slowly do that in time. 2, 3, 4, 5 contracts, 10, 20. Before you know it, take that $500 account and grow it. And then all we're doing is consistently taking on more size, and we're going to start seeing bigger profits, and we're going to see bigger returns. So I think it'd be fun. Jason, I didn't know much of anything. I started watching Josh on YouTube, instantly got me hooked. Yeah, everybody says, man, you get me hooked. You bring the fire to the table. Josh is not a mentor. He is like family and friends. Dude, I appreciate that, Jason. You guys are all one big family to me. I know I'm your mentor. I know I'm the one that helps guide you through the obstacles and the learning process of trading stocks, but I do look at each and every one of you as like family and friends. Absolutely. We're one big family of traders. Especially us inside of this chat. I have got a lot of people watching him on YouTube. I got one of my best friends, Dougie Fresh, Dougie, and Dougie, it crushes it, dude. Dougie is awesome. Dougie Fresh to join, and all we are doing is having a blast, making money. Anybody contemplating on joining, just message anybody, and I guarantee you'll get the same exact answer. Josh is a good dude who cares about our pocket. It could care less about his own just to show what we mean to him. Dude, that's awesome. Thank you for the kind words. I love it. It fires me up, dude. You hit it on the head. Absolutely. I care more about your profits than mine. As long as you guys are putting in profits chat, I'm doing something right, right? If I would literally I would stop trading altogether just to work with you guys and watch you guys profit. I would do that. You want to challenge me? I won't trade April. I won't trade at all in April. I'll just work with you guys and see you guys lock in those profits. Test me with a good time. Don't, I'm joking. I want to trade. I love trading. But I would do that for you. If you guys said, yeah, stop trading. Just stop. Focus on me. I would do it for you guys. But that's awesome. Thanks, Jason. Come on, I'm trying to love it. I want to love that post. Come on, love, baby. Give me some love. I'm trying to love it, Jason. It's not letting me love it. Love, love. Ah, I want to love it. It's not letting me love your post, dude. It happens every now and then, Corey. For some reason, some days it's good, some days, oh, that's why. That's why. All right, so what happens is we have an auto logout, Corey. We have an automatic logout of chat after 24 hours. If you don't log out at night and you come back in, you'll still be able to chat and talk, but some features won't work. So I refreshed my browser, I got logged out of chat. So I'm gonna go ahead and log back in the chat, enter the chat room, and I guarantee now I can react to that message. So let me go react. Yeah, it's not working. All right, never mind. But anyway, if you refresh your browser, maybe it logs you out, let it log you back in, and see if that helps fix the issue. But we're doing some mobile app stuff on the back end, and we're making those changes this week. The way I talked to you guys last week. You're gonna have a new website, alphadaytrading.com. When you click login, it's gonna take you to app.alphadaytrading.com to a login screen. And I'll actually show you guys real quick while we're waiting for a trade to set on up. We really don't have anything setting on up. So again, when you go to the new website here, and I'll show you exactly what it's going to be like, just so you guys aren't freaked out come Monday, because it's going to happen Monday. The transition's happening this weekend, 100% sure. So I want to make sure that you guys aren't like thrown off come Monday. Like it's how do I get logged in? Where's chat? Let me show you exactly what it's going to be like. Onward. All right, so this is what it's gonna be like. So when you go to alphadaytrading.com next Monday, right? This is gonna be the page that you get landed on, right? So this is gonna be the new page. Everything's very similar. It's just redesigned, all that good stuff. But it's gonna be alphadaytrading.com, and when you click login, it's not gonna pop up the login screen anymore. When you click login, it's gonna open up a new tab and put you here, right? It's gonna be app.alphadaytrading.com. You still gonna log in the way you log in. And it's just going to direct you to the application, right? The chat room app. And this is going to still have the same functionality. You still have your morning stock newsletter, video lessons library, trading courses, scanners, book your one-on-one. You guys won't see the streamer dashboard. You know, that's my dashboard that I set up the stream stuff with. So you won't see the blue button, but you'll still have your account settings. So you can go in and manage your subscriptions, your payments. You can change your profile picture. You can set up SMS notifications, all that good stuff. So again, that's going to be the only difference is when you click member login, it's not going to pop up the login thing and then put you right inside a chat. It's going to open up a new tab to app.alphadaytrading.com, and it's going to just take you to the login page, right? And that login page looks like this. And that's what it's going to do for you. All right, so again, just give you a heads up, that's gonna be the process, but again, it still gives you access to the chat room, the platform, all that good stuff, just so you guys aren't thrown off like, am I on the right site? Am I logging into the right place? You are. All right, guys, so that's gonna be the process come Monday, all right? So right now, CLVS may be setting on up for us, guys. CLVS breaking and holding 266. There is some potential. MULN is just a chop fest today. Do we have anything else that's looking decent at this point in time? TRVN. They obtained financing of up to $40 million for their healthcare fund. Right now, there's like literally no volume, but again, we are consolidating. So again, we don't have a lot of volume when we consolidate. But if we can start to see volume return, break the downtrend, you have potential to pop back up to high a day. It's about 3 cents a profit. And if you got an entry and you put your stop under the low, you're risking about 1 cent, like about 1 penny, penny and a half. So I mean, from a technical perspective, from a trade plan point of view, I mean, it is a 2-to-1 setup, maybe a 3-to-1 setup. You are consolidating in a flag-like formation. So just look for the break of the downtrend, volume to return. You could run it back up to high a day, right? And stops would be underneath this consolidation low, which would be a stop of around 56.5. So let's look at TRVN real quick. The only thing is we don't have volume, so try to jump in with 10,000 shares. You're gonna mess with the stock a little bit, right? Because you just don't have that volume, that liquidity. So if I jumped in with 20,000 shares in a market order, it would probably shoot the stock up to 60 cents. I'm not gonna do that. Not gonna do that. But I like the potential that it has. You want to see that volume start to move on in, and you can get a quick little pop back up to high a day on TRVN. So let's watch that one here, TRVN. There is a press release. It's currently up 30%. It's trading good volume today as well. And it's not dumping on off. ICVX. Not a lot there. CELZ. Market's really choppy the last couple of days. IMTE was halted a few times. But that thing's all over the place too. Man, there's really not a lot going on today, guys. IMTE was the only stock that was hitting consistent new highs a day, but very, very light volume. I mean, little to no volume. Very, very choppy, very, very scattered. So, I mean, we'll keep it on watch to see if it cleans itself up. See if it, tightens up here a little bit. Spreads are about 50 cents. But across the board, it's dry. It's dry in penny stock land today. So what's 10:58? It's 10:58. It's the last day of March. So before we dive into April, before we have a lot of structure and a lot of consistency when it comes to lessons in education, I have a whole big month of April planned on out, right? From I don't know crap about trading stocks all the way to advanced trading strategies. We're going to go through the bare bone basics to the intermediate, introduction to technical analysis, advanced technical analysis, advanced strategies, learning my edge, learning my setups. The whole month of April is going to be on fire when it comes to the education, guys, and we're going to get all those lessons structured in some playlists in the video lessons library. So I'm excited for April, but right now, let's end it on a strong note. Yesterday was an awesome day inside of chat with those topics and discussions that we had. So right now, if you guys have any discussions, ideas, topic ideas, anything that you need help with to learn about, today's another day. We're going to do an open floor discussion for the next hour. So this is one big open floor masterclass discussion period. You can ask any question you have and get a direct, tailored answer to help you guys out right now with what you need help with right now in your trading career. For the month of April, we'll probably not do a lot of those open floor discussions, okay? So again, today's the last day, so take advantage of it. You got me for the next hour and my undivided attention. Any question you guys have, let me know, and we're gonna help you guys out. Good month. On Tuesday, I was telling you guys, I'm like, I just gave all my profits back. I'm up like 500 bucks. I gave all my profits back. And then I came back and I made the money back from AMC. And I'm like, oh, great. I'm back up again. I lost 600 bucks, but I came back with a nice little day yesterday. I'm up 5 today. So this week about 15. I'm that close from 10. So I'm like that close from hitting 10 on the month. So it was a good month for me, right? It was a good month. Even with the scaling up and taking a really big, hitter on Tuesday, I bounced back. So my month was good, very close to 10. And obviously this year I wanted to hit 250. That was my goal this year, was to bang out $1,000 days, 20K months, get close to 250 this year, but things change and things happen for a reason. So I'm doing great. How about you, Catherine? I missed my goal of 20% growth. Looks like I will end up at 15.08% overall, but still 15% that's great. That's great. So just shy of the goal of 20%, but still looking at 15% overall. That's amazing, Catherine. That's good work. That is fantastic work. So now next month in April, let's aim for that 20% goal. Let's make it happen. Do everything you were doing this month and just keep rocking and keep rolling, and let's get to that 20%. But still overall, good job on that 15% growth. That's amazing, Catherine. Keep it up. I'm sure your daughters love you because you're just handing out money left and right for that tuition, aren't you? So it says the longer messages you can't seem to react to. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so it is longer messages. All right, let me hit them up real quick, guys. All right, so I just sent him a message about the longer messages. She was in spring break in Miami, is now thinking about transferring down there. I mean, I don't blame her. I don't blame her. You come to Florida, you don't want to leave. You don't want to leave. But yeah, I came down to Florida like all the time with my family, and I'm like, I'm moving to Florida one day. And then one day I said, you know, I'm moving. I'm like 21, 22. I'm like, I'm out. I'm leaving. I'm going. And I came down. I never looked back. It was the best decision ever. So Catherine, you can transfer your career down here. We got Tampa General Hospital. You got Trinity Hospital up here. Come on down, Catherine. Come on down to sunny Florida. You've earned it. No freaking way. So Cole in chat. Cole, he's in Florida right now. I'm meeting him at 1 o'clock actually. So I leave here at noon. I'm gonna meet him down at Clearwater Beach, and we're gonna grab a lunch and a beer. But yeah, Cole's down here. So this is the first, literally, Cole is the first team member that I'm gonna be meeting. So that's cool, and I'd love to meet everybody else. He doesn't have enough time to go on the boat, and I'm like, dude, I'd take it on the boat. We'd have a boat day, but we're gonna meet up for lunch. Shake his hand. That's freaking awesome. You want to start an Airbnb business in Florida? Dude, so do I. But there's no way I'm buying property right now to B&B. Like, count me out. There's no way I can buy. If I can't buy a house for myself right now, I'm not buying a house for an investment. Absolutely not. So I gotta wait, see if the market comes back down, because I'm ready to scoop up some properties, guys. I'm very ready to scoop up some properties. Hey, Spaz, come on, dude. 1 o'clock, Clearwater Beach, right? We're going to Fusion Cigar Lounge for a drink, and then the Brown Boxer for lunch. So come on, man. You stop trading right now. You head your butt over to Clearwater Beach. Me, you, and Cole. That would be fun, man. And Spaz, hit me up sometime, buddy. Hit me up if you'd like sometime. Message me, email me. I know we spoke in the past about a trading room and live streaming, and so I would definitely be okay with that. Real estate's really crazy right now, really crazy. The Brown Boxer, I tell you, it's good food. It's good food. They got great stuff, but yeah, the Brown Boxer. So I'm sure the guy back there is taking his boxers and rubbing the boxers all over the pizza. Just nasty, sweaty, week-old boxers. Yeah, that's why they call it the Brown Boxer, right? He's taking his boxers off and he's rubbing the brown side on the pizza. He goes, that's barbecue sauce. Huh? Why does it taste weird? I don't know. We're not called the Brown Boxer for no reason at all. That's your barbecue sauce on the pizza. Let's talk sometime, Spaz. I mean, you're in Florida. Let's talk sometime, man. I'm always willing to collaborate and network with others, not just when it comes to trading stocks inside a chat, but other endeavors, other ideas, other forms of passive income. You know, that's always been something that I want to do, not just by myself, but with a group, with a team, and have fun with it and turn it into something big. You know, have a lot of properties and Airbnb them, rent them, Section 8 them, whatever the case is. I mean, I have a lot of things I want to do, and the first thing that I started last year was boat rentals. I haven't rented the thing out yet once, but that's, you know, what I started doing as of, actually I bought the boat last year, it came in this year, so we're starting the boat rental business And so far, with all the requests we've had, we would have done well this month, but we didn't rent them out. We're not ready. We got to bring the boat up to our marina, closer. But we would have done, after all, if we would have accepted all of the requests to rent the boat just this month on 6 requests, we would have pulled in a little over $3,500 on the boat, which is nuts. And that's just literally, that's 20% occupancy. That's 20%, right? That's nothing. We're aiming for like 30, 40, 50%. We would have pulled in a little over 3,500 bucks on the boat, and we're all in per month at 1,500, right? That's our average expense for the boat's 1,500. So we would have doubled up what our expense is in revenue, which is pretty cool. So I want to get a year under my belt with one boat, manage it, figure everything out. And then next year I want to buy boat number 2 and then possibly boat number 3. I want to get 2 luxury speedboats and then a pontoon, and run 3 boats out of the marina by us, and on average do $3 grand a month in boat rentals. So that's my next endeavor, is boat rentals. And then maybe around that time the market comes back down for real estate and we can scoop up some properties. But if you were born on or before, I think it's 1986, right? On or before 1986, you do not need a captain's license to drive a boat here in Florida. But for us, we require everybody. If you have a license, you're good. If you don't have a license, but you meet the date qualification and you don't need one, we're still going to send you to do the temporary exam. That's just for our protection, right? Rules and laws change all the time. So for our protection, so you know to stay in the channel, you know, what happens if you get stuck, you know, what happens if it starts raining, like the safety stuff, right? It's $10 and it takes like 20 minutes. So everybody, before they rent our boat, they have to take that temporary exam just to be temporarily certified with the state of Florida that you did the exam. And it's like $10 and 20 minutes a time. So yeah, you don't need a boater's license, but for our boat, you need to do the exam if you don't have a license. We will. You think we're done with Alpha Day Trading, right? It's Alpha Real Estate. It's Alpha Affiliates. It's Alpha B&B, right? And we're not just done with Alpha Day Trading. Alpha's going to be on everything. Alpha computers. Alpha cell phones. No, I'm kidding. But no, seriously, like real estate, absolutely. Boat rentals, absolutely. And there's so many other things I want to get into. I want to get into promotional marketing. My wife right now, she does a lot of promotional marketing for a company down here. And I know the guy very well, good friend. And if he ever wants to expand, I want to take on that endeavor as well. They go out and they do promotional advertisements for like some of the breweries down here. Mick Ultra, Corona, Modelo. They did Neutral. I don't know if you guys follow me on Facebook, but they did a promotion for Neutral, that new seltzer vodka. So they do a lot of that at some like nice hotels and big events. And I want to get into that space because he does very well doing that promotional marketing events. So that's something else I want to do as well. Alpha promotions, Alpha catering. You never know. Cool. Hey, what's up, buddy? I'll see you in 2 hours, boss. You better be on the way, man. Better be on the way. So since you're here, Cole, I didn't text you back last night, but Clearwater Beach, type in Fusion, Fusion Cigar Lounge, and that's going to take you to the right brown boxer. So just type in on your Google Maps when you're heading up this way, type in Fusion Cigar Lounge, Clearwater Beach, and that's going to put you right in the area you need to be in. And as you're going down the main strip and you see brown boxer and Fusion and all that, there's a big parking garage right behind that plaza. You can't miss it. It's a huge parking garage. It's like $5. So pull in there, park. That's going to put you right in the plaza that I'm going to meet you at, just so because you're new to the area. DJ Alpha. You dang right. TikTok live at the Brown Boxer. I'm already on top of it. I'm already on top of it. I'm going to do a live with Cole at the Brown Boxer for sure. LGVN could be there soon. Let's check it, baby. Let's check it. Let's throw everything on a 3-minute time frame right now, guys. Everything's on a 3 because it's very choppy today. DJ Alpha in the house. Dude, I tell you what, I want to be a DJ. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a DJ. Actually, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a rapper. I was like 12 years old. I'm like, I want to be a rapper. I want to be like the next Eminem. And so literally one day, I was laying in my bunk bed at 12. I'm writing lyrics. I'm writing lyrics out. My mom comes in. She goes, what you doing? I'm like, I want to be a rapper. I'm listening to this beat in my headphones. I'm writing out lyrics. And she takes them and she looks at them and she throws them in the trash. You're not allowed to write that stuff. It was a bunch of really raunchy, bad stuff. And I'm like, but Mom, that's what everybody else talks about in their rap songs. And I'm over here trying to write a lyric. So yeah, at one point in my life, I wanted to be a rapper. At one point in my life, I wanted to be a race car driver. You know, I wanted to go fast. You have a broadcast voice? That's what everybody says. But this microphone doesn't pick it up the right way. You see me in person, I got a deep, handsome voice. And the mic, it's like, hey guys, welcome back to Alpha Day Trading. CLVS is gonna go to the moon. That's how I hear my recordings. When I hear myself talk, that's what I feel like I sound like. But in person, it sounds deeper. I don't know. So if you guys are like, no broadcast voice, you got a little girl voice. Yeah, I think that too sometimes. I know, guys, we're BSing right now. We're BSing, we're having a good time, but there's nothing in the market, guys, right? I opened up the floor for the Q&A discussion. I always want to make sure we're focused on stocks and education and value. So if you're new to the team, this very rarely happens, but right now everybody's just kind of laid back. It's the end of the month. We're profitable, right? The last thing that we want to do right now is give profits back from the month. We want to walk away green and profitable and just add to the bottom line. And right now the market is a little bit on the slower side. There's not a lot happening right now. So use this time to ask questions about stocks. I'll give you an answer. That's my priority. All right, guys? Dive into the video lessons library. Study up. If you have any questions, let me know. But right now, this is very rare. But at the same time, we like to have fun. Sometimes just kind of laid back, sitting back, having a good time, just BSing with the team, getting to know one another. It's a fun time. It's a good time, guys. So Nick was saying this could be a trade on LGVN. That was the candle, but I don't know. But now I don't know. So if we go look at LGVN, you know, what we see, big picture, is it's consistently building higher lows, right? So we do know that with LGVN, it's consistently building higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. So it's showing strength. It's building up. It's building higher lows, consolidating under resistance. Where's resistance, right? Well, some would say high a day. Well, that high a day was only hit one time. What price has been hit several times? Right there, 982. We hit it here once, 2 times, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm gonna get this net. Come here, buddy. Come here. Hey, I gotta talk to you. I just want just a conversation, just a little conversation. That's it. I want to let you know how good you're doing in my house. So yeah, so you're building these nice higher lows consistently, consolidating under resistance. That does show strength. Right? It's not just dumping on off. It's actually trying to build on up. So what I would do is you got a couple different things that you can do. Is number one, when you pull back and you start to see the higher low form, you could start a position. All right? If it puts in a lower low, you're out for a small loss. But if you get that pullback and you start to see that higher low and you are in, you can take profit up towards around that 980. What we're really looking for here, guys, is a full-blown break over 980 to 10 bucks to really get this thing going, right? We are building up underneath resistance with these higher lows, getting very, very tight, little by little by little. It definitely looks like it's priming itself, right, to get a nice break and a nice rip and run. So there's a couple of different ways. The risky way, wait for it to dump on back down, close to a prior low, close to a prior low, as you would expect to see that higher low set in. Take a small, maybe starter position, risk underneath that prior low, small risk, and look to ride it back up to 982 and sell, or hold a little bit in case it breaks out. Or if you're like, dude, that's just way too risky. I'm not good at the volume and the price action and the level 2 yet to be able to put on that type of trade. I need to actually wait for the confirmation. Wait for the stock to break and retest. That may take forever, right? It may not even never happen, right? But if you're just a little bit more conservative, you want to play it safe and you want to wait for that confirmation and the validation. You wait for the break and the retest, and then you go long, right? What do I mean break and retest? How many breaks and retests do we see? We see them happen quite a bit. Now, sometimes the break and retest is a huge follow through and a huge move. But sometimes the break and retest is a scalp. So look at CLVS. Break, retest, you can scalp it into the prior high, right? Sometimes you get a full-blown follow through, and that's when you have a runner on the table. But you're looking for the break and the retest, and you're looking to scalp it for a potential follow through. So if we start to see that on the LGVN, right? A break, a retest, you could look to scalp that for that potential follow through, lock in some quick profits, and then leave a little bit just in case it does continue the rip and run. But here's the thing. Market conditions aren't ripping and running, right? What stock is really ripping and running today, right? There's stocks that have been moving. There have been stocks that have ripped, but are they running? Are they consistent, right? Are they still moving to the upside? No, look at TRVN, rip, consolidate, fail, right? IMTE, rip, dropping on off. FRGE, rip, dropping on off. LGVN, quick little pop out of the gate, consolidating sideways. But LGVN has good potential. It's on high watch right now. ISPO is just getting hit hard right now. CLVS, rip, falling on off. MULN, rip, falling on off. I mean, that's the trend in the market. We're seeing stocks set up. We're seeing stocks move, but they're not holding up. They're not following through and continuing to set up over and over and over again for just trades left and right, back to back. So again, just be mindful that if you do get the break, you do get the retest, you're looking to take profits into the pop, into the bounce. And if it does follow through, great. If not, you're already kind of expecting it to not follow through, right? You're already kind of thinking, you know, if it breaks and it retests, I'm looking to scalp it and lock in a majority of my profit. Why? Because we're not seeing stocks follow through. But right now, LGVN, getting ready, guys, getting ready. Hey, nice, Charles. Just picked up a $170 scalp. Life is good. Life is good when you come in and scalp the market for $100 plus. Ow! I'm talking about. Basshead, Trader Adam, you struggle with letting your trades play out. I feel I know the problem. You wanna express that? You wanna share that with the team? Right? Because that could be beneficial to a lot of other people in chat. Like if other people are like, dude, Adam, I'm the same way. I feel like I struggle with letting my trades play out as well. What do you think the problem is, Adam? Maybe that helps me. So if you want to share that, feel free, because that may help a lot of traders in chat not struggle with letting the trades play out based on what you think the problem is. And it may be very, very helpful. Tony said, company's name is Alpha, yet you sit on a chair with an Omega. You're dang right. Is that Omega? Yep. Alpha, Omega, they go hand in hand, right? Alpha, Omega. There wasn't a chair that said Alpha on it, or I would have freaking got it. Absolutely. But it was Omega, and I'm like, okay, it works. It works. You're seeing a lot of false breakouts. Again, break and retest. In this market, it's got to be a break and retest. Not a break, and then you're in. Break, retest. That's it. You're not trading breakouts in this market because breakouts aren't happening. Discipline and preparation. That would be a lot of it. Preparation, probably 80%. Discipline, 20%. Being disciplined to get prepared, right? Having that initial discipline to get prepared. And I would say 80% of it is preparation. Another thing too, guys, is market conditions, right? You build a plan and the trade just doesn't work out. IGM as an example. I have a plan built, right? And I tried to let it play out, but again, it just didn't work out. That's the market. Market conditions are not on fire right now. So I built a plan. I had a target of 28.39. I was long right around 26. I had that, 50 cent, 60 cent stop loss. I had a plan in place, right? And I let the trade play out as long as I could. But eventually the trade was like, Josh, you've let me play out for 30 minutes, right? I'm not going to play out, right? I'm showing you right now. I'm not gonna play out. I'm not gonna hit your target. What do? You lock in profits, right? You're able to veer away from your plan one of two reasons, okay? When you have a plan in place, what's the saying? Build a plan, right? And then trade your plan. So plan your trade, trade your plan. That means if you buy at 26 with a $27 target and a 25.50 stop, you build your plan and you trade it. You either A, get stopped out, or B, hit target. But here's the thing, you have exceptions. Exception number one, where you can alter your trade plan, is if A, you're raising your stop loss higher. That's the only thing that you can do, is raise your stop loss up, not down. You can bring it closer to your entry. You can scale your stop loss up. That's one of the two tweaks you can make to a trade plan, is bring your stop loss up and eventually get risk-free or in the profit, like I did with IGMS. I was risking, I was break even, and then I got stopped out for profit. So that's the only thing that I did, right? One of two things. That's the only tweak, one of the only two tweaks I can make to a plan, is bringing my stop loss up, okay? Number two, taking profit early, right? Again, the stock's gonna talk to you. It sounds weird, but the stock's gonna talk to you. Hey man, you've been in the trade for 30 minutes. I look good 30 minutes ago. I don't look good anymore. I don't have volume, Josh, right? I just put in a lower low, Josh, and a lower high. I'm not gonna move right now. I'm probably gonna come back down and stop you out. So Josh, why don't you just go ahead and lock in some profits? That's the other thing you can do, is lock in profits even though you didn't hit target, right? Our goal is to obviously build a plan and trade it and let them play out. Let them get to targets. If they play out and hit a stop, let them play out. But things change every second in the stock market. If it rips up huge, pulls back, and starts ripping into a higher high, what can you do? You can bring your stop loss up. The stock just gave you an opportunity to go risk-free on the trade. Go risk-free. If the trade gives you an opportunity to go risk-free, why wouldn't you take it? That's a good opportunity to not lose any money on a trade. At first you're losing, now you're not. I'll take that, right? Or you watch the time in sales. You're reading the level 2. You're looking at volume. You have a sense of price action, right? You see weakness, right? You see these things developing and unfolding. Things change every second. Every time you blink, something new in the market's happening, right? So I know you're building a plan and you want to trade your plan, and that's your goal, right? Your goal when you execute that trade is to trade your plan and let it play out. But 5 minutes later, that could change. That may no longer be your goal. Your goal may be to go risk-free, and that's a great decision to make. Your goal may be to lock in profits sooner than later because you just don't think it's going to get to your target. So if you're greedy and you're like, I'm going to let it play out, you'll probably get stopped out. Or you say in the moment, you know what? It looked good 30 minutes ago. Now, it looks like I need to lock in profit. Make the decision. Get paid. No one has ever gone broke in the market by locking in profits. So those are the two exceptions to trade plans. Our goal when we get into a trade is to let it play out. We want to hit targets, right? We want to let the trade completely develop and make the move that we anticipate, that we expect. But again, 5 minutes into the trade, you could see something that just completely goes against your thesis, right? You could see one big nasty candle and so much nasty selling, and that's going to be like, yo, I'm out. Screw my plan. I wasn't expecting that. That wasn't a part of my plan. That's new, right? That's not good for a long trade. I'm out. I'm going to take my 20 cents of profit and walk away. So you can make those decisions in the moment as the trade develops and as you get more data to make good decisions. As long as it's a good decision that puts you in the green, that keeps money in your pocket, you're able to tweak your plans and make those decisions. But again, the initial goal is obviously let it play out as long as possible to get those big targets, to get those big moves. You leaving? Okay, love you. See ya. So LGV needs to break and retest. Needs to break and retest. Every time FRGE tries to pop, it drops. Pop, lock, and drop. Pop, lock, and drop it. Josh, is there a coupon for signing up today? No, there's not. No, I didn't put any coupons together, guys. I did not. Just the fact that we have 10 new seats open. And the fact that I keep our memberships, you know, relatively low compared to other communities as well. Thank you, my guy. Absolutely, I got you, man. I want to be thorough and walk through like how I manage my trades. And obviously, when I take a trade and I have a target and I have a stop loss, I'm gonna take the trade based on those levels. And if 1 or 2 levels are hit, I execute upon my plan. But in the moment, as trades develop, you're gonna see new things and you're gonna have new reasons to make different good decisions. If you got to get out, get out. If the stock blasted past your target and is ripping to the upside, you're like, Jesus, right? This thing could keep going. Put a stop in at your target and let the trade continue to ride on up, right? You're not being greedy because you're still locking in profit at your target, right? And if the trade's gonna exceed your target and continue to squeeze and rip and run, then capitalizing the entire move. As long as the decision you make, if you tweak your trade plan, if you're tweaking it, as long as the decision and the reason you're tweaking it is to put yourself in a better position, lessen your risk, secure more profits, not be greedy, you can make those decisions in the moment to tweak your plan if you have to. Because as a new trader, I was like, entry, stop loss, target. And I would literally not do anything until one of those 2 things happened. As an experienced trader, entry, stop loss, target. I could be 20 minutes into the trade and be like, I should sell now, right? It looks very bearish. It didn't look bearish 20 minutes ago. Now it looks bearish. Why would I hold the trade if it looks bearish? Why would I hold the trade and get stopped out if it doesn't look like it's going to hit my target? I'm going to take the profit that I have and move on. But still the same approach. You get prepared, do your due diligence, and build your plan and accept your plan, and accept the reality and accept the outcome of that plan. Langston, I got your email, dude. Thank you. I'm going to take a time to read that. Langston, I'm going to take a time to read that and I'll reply to you. But I just got your email. I appreciate it, man. I just kind of briefly scanned through it, but I'll take some time and really read it and reply back to you. One Tall Cool. Hey, what's up, buddy? Welcome to the team. One Tall Cool One. Josh, I just signed up. Welcome to the Alpha Day Trading family. I'm excited to work with you. I know everybody inside of chats is excited to work with you as well, and our goal is to get you in profits, chat. That's the goal, man. So again, welcome to the team. If you have any questions, don't hesitate, always ask. So just so you guys know, we only have 6 seats left. We only have 6 seats left at this point in time. They're filling up fast, guys. They're filling up fast. So do we have anything that's looking good, guys? I know it's 11:30 in the market. Honestly, the last couple of days, didn't we have a couple afternoon rippers? There was your break and retest. There's your break and retest on LGVN. Stops right now are underneath the retest level. So you broke and you retest. This gnat's getting on my nerves, guys. So again, you broke, you didn't retest. You broke, you retested, and you closed above that level. So that would have confirmed an entry right there, guys. You could have been long on LGVN. Break and retest. And the beautiful thing about the break and retest, guys, is when you see a break and a retest, and the retest occurs on decreasing volume, that is a good sign to get long. And when you can add an EMA in there, like a 9 EMA, that is a good sign to get long. So here you broke, you retested. It was a 2-candle pullback. Typically, the ideal retest, so you guys know, a break and retest, the ideal retest pulls back with 2 to 3 candles. So this case, it was 2 candles pulling back. Sometimes it's 3. It could be 5, but ideally, a strong break and retest is about 2 to 3 candles pulling back. LGVN, we had 2 candles. We see that? Now, what did the volume do as the stock pulled back and retested? It was decreasing volume. That was a strong sign, right? So the break, the retest, we took a little heat, but we closed above on decreased volume into the 9 EMA as well. That was a strong buy signal. So if you would have went long after that candle closed, right? So you broke, you retest, and then you close above that level of support, and you're above the 9 EMA as well. Let's say you were entering right there at 990. Where's your stop loss at? It has to be underneath the pullback low. It has to be underneath the pullback low. So your entry could have been 990, for example. Stop loss would have been 972, okay? And then you want to see the follow through immediately. This followed through immediately. If it doesn't follow through immediately and it starts coming back down to that retest point, 80% of the time, it cracks, okay? You've seen me take a break retest trade before. It breaks, it retests, I'm in. If it follows through, I lock in profit. But what have you noticed me do before in the past? It breaks, it retests, I make an entry, stops underneath the retest low. It starts to push up, it doesn't follow through, and it starts to come back down to my entry. You've seen me cut it before. And you're like, why did you cut it, Josh? It retested, right? Why'd you cut it? Because they should follow through immediately like LGVN. That's a break, retest, follow through trade, right? If it doesn't follow through after the retest and it starts working its way back down to that level of support, I would say 80% of the time it cracks and it dumps because it's a false breakout and it's a false retest. So that's where experience comes into place, right? That's where just seeing this setup happen 100 times, you know the right way it should play out and the wrong way. This was the right way. Break, retest, follow through. Exceptional. Good risk to reward. If it was a break retest and it failed to follow through and it starts rolling back over, from experience, 80% of the time, those stocks crack to the downside. So why stop out at 970 when I can get out at break even? I'd rather get out at break even. Now, sometimes it follows through and I miss it. That's 20% of the time. 80% of the time, it does dump. It does crack because I've seen that happen so many times as a trader. So that's where experience comes into place. You know what a setup is. You know a break and retest setup. But you now need to know what should take place after. An immediate follow through with no issues, no struggles, just follow through. LGVN was a great example of a break, retest, follow through, and the volume correlated beautifully with price. As it pulled back and retested, not only into prior resistance as new support, it also came down to your 9 EMA on decreased volume. 2 candles. Beautiful. Beautiful. So again, take a screenshot of LGVN. Save it to a folder on your computer and label it break and retest, or it's the retest trade, whatever you want to call it. It's a break over resistance followed by a retest and a follow through. And this is exactly what you want to see. Volume as you break out. Decreasing volume on the retest and an immediate follow through. Stops go underneath the retest low and your target is looking left. How did we know 1040 was a target? All right, because we looked left. We looked back at past chart history on LGVN. So if you look back at past chart history on LGVN, you could see 1040 resistance. So how did I know 1040 was a target? Because the daily chart's telling me this is going to be an area that traders lock in profit. So if we break over high a day and 1040, what's the daily chart telling me? Daily chart's telling me we can come up towards around 1114. Right around 1114 would be your next target. Okay? So if we break 1040, we pull back and retest. That could be a follow-through trade up to 1114. So did anybody get that LGVN? We talked about the break and retest about 10 minutes before the trade. Was everybody focused? Was everybody prepared? Did you guys build a plan? Did you guys take that trade? If so, good job. Nick's on it. Good. You should have locked in a little bit of profit, Nick. You should have locked in maybe 25% of your position at resistance because you're at very strong resistance. You're also up 60 cents per share, Nick. This was the trade that you called. This was the trade that you were looking for. We built the plan. We talked about the setup and the strategy. You got it. Good job. Don't be greedy. Lock in some profits. All right, get paid. If it breaks, you got to run around the table up to 11. But if not, you want to at least try and secure 50, 60 cents a share and put some money in your pocket. The last thing you want to see is this double top. If this is a double top, it's going to come back down to your entry. You have money on the table, and now you gave it all back. Or you have money on the table, take some, put it in your pocket, go risk-free on the rest. So again, if you guys are in, you should have been locking in profit at 1040, and it gave you a second opportunity here, right? We were talking about it here. If you're like, man, I didn't take profit, it gave you another opportunity to lock in some profits, 25%, 50%, 33%, whatever you guys want to do. But you always put yourself in a position to lock in profits at levels of resistance. That was a profit-taking level. It was a target. You got to lock in profits. Scott, hey Josh, do you use trade ideas for your screen setup? Yep, that's trade ideas. If so, do you share it on the cloud? I don't share it on the cloud, right? We actually hired them to do some coding for us, and they customized some of our scanners for us. A lot of the scanners that you see are not all the scanners that we had customized and coded. So what we do is we actually sell it as a package. I don't recommend it though. I mean, we do sell it as a package. But I don't recommend it because again, you get the scanners as a member for a lot less than what the subscription runs anyway. I paid like $200 a month. It's like $2,400 a year. It's a lot. But again, I stream these live from 7 to 7, so you guys don't have to go get that subscription, and you get these scanners pretty much in real time. AlphaDayTrading.com. AlphaDayTrading.com. How's MULN doing? MULN is still chopping around. I still have an entry. I still have a trade going with a stop in the system. It's just not really doing too much right now, guys. IMTE new high of day. IMTE new high of day. Very, very low volume stock, but it's popping $1 to $2 at a time. So right now, IMTE team, IMTE high risk, high reward type of trade here on IMTE. Spreads are about 40 cents. Just broke resistance of 29, hit a new high a day of $30.20. Let's keep it on watch and see if it still has any juice left in it to really start picking on up here on IMTE. So IMTE, let's put that off to the side and let's see if this stock actually holds on up for a possible little follow through and a nice little break and run over 30. Yep. Exactly. So I'm still holding to see if $3 holds. My stop loss right now is $2.97. So again, my stop loss, I put it right underneath that low, right? So that pre-market low right there at $2.98, I put a stop loss at $2.97. Because if it cracks 3, it's probably going to dump. But if it cracks 3, it comes down to $2.98 and it pops back up, at least I don't get stopped out. So I do have a stop at $2.97, and my cost basis is, I think it's $3.04. $3.04 is my cost basis from yesterday. Right, so I was in yesterday right at close was my entry. Because I was expecting a nice a gap up and run, right? So I did take a swing trade on it. I never took profit. I mean, I was up 50 cents a share at one point, but I expected to see it rip a little bit more today. But knowing MULN, it struggles a lot. It struggles. There's a lot of selling. Anytime it sets up, it fails. It's really hard to get this stock going, which stinks because it has a lot of great potential. I do want to own a little bit of MULN long term and add it to my my EV portfolio, right? So, I mean, I have a position to lock in some profits on a swing trade, but I don't plan on selling 100% of it. I plan on locking in some profits, get paid, keep a position on the table as a longer term investment. That was my plan initially when getting involved with MULN. Swing trade, lock in some good profits, hold a little bit, add it to my long-term portfolio, and just see what MULN does over the next 5 years. TRVN can come off the watch list. FRGE, we'll still watch it. LGVN, right now you want to see the break over high a day, right? You want to go ahead and get a nice little follow through over high a day. Your next target, Nick, to lock in profits, 11 to 11.14. Next target to lock in maybe another 25% or 50%. Completely up to you. But right now, I suggest risk-free, but do what you think is best, Nick, right? Don't just do something because I say it. I say things to get you thinking, but I still want you to make your own decisions, right? So maybe consider going risk-free since you locked in some profits. If it doesn't break, maybe consider locking in a little bit more. Keep getting paid. But do what you think is best. Manage the trade to the best of your ability. And let's see what the outcome is when it's all said and done. I have some Tilray too as a long-term hold. Tilray's still down 2% on the day though. You don't really have a lot happening today. It's very dry, but the opportunity we have, we got to take advantage of it. And you guys are taking advantage of the one opportunity that we've seen, and that's LGVN. And the reason I'm not like trading, number one, there's not a lot of fantastic opportunities in the market, right? It's kind of dry today. And I'm already up from pre-market. So the last thing I want to do is give that back and be red to end the month. I'd rather walk away with 500 bucks. You know, because green's green, and green is good. And don't get me wrong, I'm tempted to trade IMTE here, but I think it's just way too risky. And if I were to trade it, it'd be with a whopping 100 shares, and I'd make maybe like 50 bucks. But I'm probably gonna hold off on IMTE. I didn't get the retest trade on LGVN, but you guys did. Congrats. And that's really it, guys. It's definitely slow. So let's just keep our focus here on LGVN. I would suggest throwing your charts on 2 or 3 minute time frames, ideally the 3. The 3 minute time frame is actually one of the most powerful time frames. Where's that now? I'm getting that now. And I would say as long as the 3 minute holds above the 90 EMA, it's a momentum trade, right? Pushing up, pulling back, pushing up, pulling back, pushing up, pulling back. As long as you grind and continue to hold your 90 EMA, on LGVN, you're technically still good to go to the upside. Langston said, today is a wait patiently for A+ setups kind of day. Yes, today's the type of day that the market will test your patience. I'm going to get this freaking net. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go, Dougie. Do the right thing, Dougie. Manage it right. Have a plan in place. You averaged in. Ah, I missed it. It flew into my mouth. It came right up in my mouth. Ugh. Did I get it? Did I shock it? Man, this thing is the most annoying thing ever. All right, I'll be right back, guys. But do the right thing. Right? Yeah, yummy. Do the right thing. You averaged in, cost basis down. You've been holding this for a year. This may be your opportunity to get out of this without holding the bag anymore and get back to break even. Shoot, maybe turn it into a profitable trade, right? So just make sure you're doing the right thing. God forbid it goes against you. But worst case scenario, it starts selling on off. Make sure you don't put yourself in a position to hold the bag with even more size. If you got to bite the bullet, bite the bullet. Do the right thing. You know what the right thing is. Last thing you want to do is have averaged in and hold the bag again with more size and more capital tied up. So you know what you're doing. Do the right thing. I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you. I want you getting out of the bag. I want you actually making money on the bag. Make it happen. I'll be right back, guys. Hey, doggy. I walk away for you, and look what happened. I walked away for you, and it started ripping. You're welcome. Yeah, you're welcome. And that is why we need the camera on, so you can see me eating bugs. Yeah. Nick, that was another profit taking level. 11 to 11.14. Lock in another 25%, boss. Lock in another 25%. Do the right thing. You're up over $1 a share right now on LGVN. Okay, do the right thing. Lock in your profits. I want to see you posting up some profits in profits chat today. Good job on that trade team. Who else was in it? Keith, same thing, dude. Locking up a portion of your profits. I'm not saying close it out 100%. I'm saying lock in something. We called target 20 minutes ago, right? You just hit literally 7 cents from your 11.14 target. That's why I gave you a range, 11 to 11.14, right? You should have had your finger on the trigger right when you saw 11, take 25%, okay? Next level, right now, right? But if you're looking for it to go higher, you got a gap fill, right? You got a gap fill at 11.84. So your next level is 11.84. Play it safe, Dougie. You're break even on the bag. You're break even on the bag. So put yourself in position. If it starts going against you, get your break even. If it starts breaking to your next target, make some freaking money, right? Do the right thing. You know what it is. Or I'm going to keep stressing it because I know sometimes in trades, we start allowing our judgment to be clouded. We're like, oh, it's finally going to be profitable. It's finally going to be profitable. But what was your intention before adding to your position? Your intention was to get back to break even. Do not lose sight of your intention. Your intention was to get back to break even. Finger on the trigger. Do the right thing. Do not let greed cloud your judgment and turn it into a loss. You did exactly what you wanted. Average in, you're break even. Stick to your plan. Don't let it go against you. Give it some breathing room if you want, right? Let it breathe a little bit. Give it a chance, okay? But if it starts really looking nasty, you're like, get out. Do the right thing. I'm here to hold you guys accountable the right way. You hit target, guys. So you guys should have been locking in another 25%. They're at that 11.14. All right, Keith, locked in 50% at 11. Good job, Keith. Good job. Nick. Oh! Nick, $1,425. That's what I'm talking about. Good job, Nick. I gotta get a brick. I gotta plug my my phone in. It's dying. One second. Ugh. All right. So right now, again, 3-minute 9 EMA is your trail. 3-minute 9. Oh my gosh, you're far away from the 9-minute, the 3-minute 9. 3-minute 9 EMA is all the way back down at prior resistance at 1040. So you may see a full-blown pullback if it doesn't start breaking here, guys. So be prepared for a full-blown pullback to 1040 into that 3-minute 9 EMA if it doesn't break into a new high day here. But I'm rooting for you guys. Rooting for you. Let's go. Good job, guys. Oh, let me plug my phone in. I was in at 972, got a lot impatient, lost 60, then boom, boom, bang, but I managed the trade and got out before losing what I was comfortable with. Good job, J-Dub. Have a plan, build it, execute upon it, right? Learn from it, right? What do you see in hindsight that you could have maybe done differently, right? That's maybe what we should be doing. So like, go ahead and, you know, you took the loss, right? I was hoping it was a winner for you, but again, you did the right thing. You got out losing what you were comfortable with. But what I want you to do right now, Jonathan, is go back in hindsight and review the trade. Like, where did you get in? Why'd you get in? Where was your stop? Why'd you stop out? I want you to write it down, right? I want you to write down the entire trade. It's boring. No one wants to do it, but I want you to do it. And I want you to see if you can realize what you could have done differently to stay in the trade. Maybe you reduce your size. Maybe you prematurely got stopped out. Figure out what you did wrong, if anything. Maybe you didn't do anything wrong, and that's the conclusion you come to, and that's okay. But if you feel like, man, I do realize I did something wrong, in hindsight after reviewing the trade, you're going to be able to apply that for the next time you take a trade to see different results. So go back and review. So again, next level, you're breaking that 1114. You haven't dropped below the 1 minute 9 EMA, but again, the 3 minute 9 EMA is all the way back down at like 1050. But your next target, you're starting to fill your gap. You're starting to fill your daily gap. You're over 1136. Target for the daily gap, 1184. Now, team, if this breaks over 1184 and 12 bucks, you have potential to $14. $14. So keep doing the right thing, locking in profits at targets like you should be, holding a runner, right, and continue to manage the trade. So if I was in this trade way down here, right, and I locked in profits, stop was at break even, okay? You just hit second target, you locked in more profit. Stop is no longer break even, it's too far away. Your stop needs to go up underneath the prior low. So if you were taking profit and raising your stop to break even, good job. You hit second target, you're locking in profits. You need to trail your stop loss up. It's too far away at break even. Bring it up underneath this prior low. Your new stop should be 1069, right? So if you get stopped out at 1069, guess what? You're still locking in $1 a share, 80 cents a share, right? So keep it up. You're getting very close to 1184. Don't get greedy over 10 cents, team, right? You're that close to target, lock in another 25%. Lock in another 25% if you have to. Don't get greedy. Do the right thing, but you're doing good. I would say back below 1170 on the bid, right, like that, lock in 25%. Lock in another 25%. That's what I would do. I would be out of my position by 75% right now. I'd still hold 25% as a runner. Now that 25% runner that you may have on the table, you just hit all three targets. You hit 1040, 1114, you just hit your third target for the gap fill, right? You can lock it all up if you want, or you're gonna leave 25% of your position as a runner. Now, your runner can be break even. So if you wanna leave 25% of your position as a runner at break even, that's okay. But if you wanna put it up underneath this prior low, you can do that as well. So if you do get stopped out on that 25%, at least that 25% position is still profitable versus break even. So one of two ways. If you have a runner on the table, it's no lower than your cost basis. It's your cost basis, it's break even. Or 1068. And let the trade do its thing. If it goes to 14, lock in a little bit more, okay? Good job, Nick. Still got 33%. So again, do the right thing, break even stop, or 1068 underneath that prior low. But this was a good trade. Good eye, good analysis. We broke it down, built the plan, break and retest. And great momentum sense. Great momentum sense. Keith, good job. 50% locked in at 11. Lock in another 10, 20%, Keith. I mean, I'm not advising you what to do. I'm not telling you what to do. I don't want it to come off that way. But I'm talking as if I'm in the trade. Right? I'm talking as if I'm in the trade, right? So you're up at 12 bucks. Why not lock in another 25%? Why not? Get paid. Get paid. Don't be greedy, right? Get paid. I gotta leave in 2 minutes, guys. So I want to be with you still. I want to continue to help you manage the trade, where to bring stops up to, getting you guys in the mindset of locking in profits and not being greedy. All right. So with that being said, we're all set, guys. I do got to run out of here. It's Thursday. We don't do afternoon commentaries on Thursday. I'm going to go meet up with member Cole inside a chat. We're going to have some fun. Going to meet the first team member face to face. So I'm excited. Hey, Josh, I joined a while back this month, and you have helped me make this a great month. Holy crap. Are you serious? $10,125.48. And I am using some of this profit to clean up my huge hole that I had placed myself in. Thank you. And by the way, Soul0323 or on YouTube, one man view as a Florida resident, Tampa. Hey! And I'm in beautiful Lutz. So I'm about 30 minutes north of you. So good job, Nathan. Good job. Coming on in, making it happen, sitting back. Like, again, some members, they communicate. Some members, they collaborate. They're active in chat. This is the first time we've seen Nate throw up a comment in a long time. But that doesn't mean there's still people here learning. Like, again, Nate, that's crazy, right? First time we've really seen Nate throw a comment up, but I love him. He's sitting back, he's listening, he's learning, he's applying, locking in $10,125.48 in his first month of chat. Ah! I love it. You guys fire me up. Like I said, guys, I get out of bed because your profits fire me up. Your success fires me up. I can care less about my profits. Dude, seriously, I would shut down and liquidate everything, dump it into real estate, and I'd still show up and work with you guys because that freaking fires me up. Good job. Good work, traders. Keep it going. I love you all. Again, everybody, welcome to the Alpha Day Trading family. If you are new, if you guys do enroll and secure a seat and I'm not here, welcome in advance. We're happy to have you a part of the team. We can't wait to work with you, and we want to keep seeing these amazing profits inside of chat. Keep firing me up. Keep making me proud. Keep making it happen, ladies and gentlemen. Way to end the month strong on a profitable note. Adding to that bottom line, good job, good work, everybody in chat. Everybody, good job and good work. If this was your month, carry that momentum into April. If this was not your month, we will make April your month. Let's get prepared. Let's lock in. Let's make it happen, team. Good job. Good work. Enjoy the rest of your day, traders. Trade smart and trade safe. Do not give any profits back. Keep making it happen. Keep making me proud. I'll see you guys back here at the start of pre-market tomorrow morning as we start off a brand new month full of brand new opportunities and brand new profits. All right, guys, enjoy the rest of your day. I love you all. Take care. Happy, safe trading, guys, and I'll see you back here tomorrow morning. Let's end it the way we always end it in 3, 2, 1. Woo! I don't care if you hate me because I love my team. I'm talking to the people upstairs. I don't care if they hate me for screaming all the time because I love you. They want to yell at me, so be it. I'll fly you guys down to Florida. We'll make it happen. All right, guys, enjoy your lunch. Enjoy the rest of your day. Keep chat clean. Keep chat credible. Keep making it happen. Make me proud like always. Trade smart, trade safe, and I will see you guys back here right at 7 a.m. as we kick off the first day of April, guys. Take care. I'll see you guys later or tomorrow. Take care, guys.